Good evening. I'd like to call this, oh, we're getting a little feedback, Susan. Could you turn your volume down? Is that better? Yeah. Oh, no, I'm still hearing it. If you mute your phone. Are we hearing it? Nope. Barely. Okay. Well, it seems like it's much better than it was. It may not be completely off, so I think we'll get started. Okay, so I'd like to call this meeting to order. This special meeting of the Planning Commission, August 22nd. We're starting the meeting at just short of 6:05. Could we let the record reflect that all 5 commissioners are present? And with that, I'd like to start the meeting with the Pledge of Allegiance, if you'd like to join me. Okay, the first part of our meeting will be oral communications. This is an opportunity for members of the public to address the Planning Commission. Each person will have 3 minutes to address the commission, and this should be on items that are not on the agenda tonight. Amanda, do we have any speaker slips?
We do. We have Scott Campbell, followed by Carol Main.
Hey, thank you very much. Next.
Years, and I'm here to speak proactively for something in the future that I hope never happens, because I was mistaken and I thought that the 8B topic tonight was in regards to the property that the city bought recently at La Costa and 101 above the lagoon. And so I totally freaked out. The developers who originally bought that property when the city didn't buy it the first time sat on it for 20 years, and they were proposing timeshares, swimming pools, landscaping, terrible things to do to the beautiful lagoon, and the chances for disasters are pretty great when we are talking about the wildlife and the bird life, the animals, and the human lives. And one of the things I thought on the way here was how much it costs to park at Torrey Pines State Beach. It's like somewhere between $7 and $25 a day, depending on what time of the year it is, what time of the day it is, and so on and so forth. And if the city wanted to recoup their money and that property, perhaps they just could build a parking lot and charge to go there, because the thing, you see all the beautiful paintings that are in the hallway. I'm a painter, landscape painter, painted all over this town, and I love it. And those views are vanishing because we're putting so many hotels and everything in here. Not everybody can live in our beautiful town. Sorry, it won't be beautiful if everyone who wants to live here lives here. And I don't mean to be a NIMBY, but in the 52 years that I've lived here, I have really had to learn how to share because there was 5,000 people in Encinitas when we moved here. And I think there's a few more than that now. So please, just keep it in mind that keep the developers as reasonably contained as you can. And don't just give the limit to everybody, Quail Gardens Drive and everywhere. It's just a crying shame. You know why we loved living here. Keep it that way. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. No other speakers? Okay. Our next item is changes to the agenda. And on this one, I'd like to make a motion to change the order of our items from 8C. I'd like to hear that one first. It has some grant money and some timelines associated with it, and we have a pretty full agenda. And if we were to have to continue it again, there might be problems down the road. So I'd make a motion to hear that item first.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Can we call the vote? Okay, thank you. That looks like that passes 5-0. So item 8C will be heard first when we get to the regular agenda items. The next item is the consent calendar. The consent calendar is items that are voted on en masse and are considered routine in nature. Tonight, there are two projects on the consent calendar: the 796 Neptune repair of the Upper Bluff retention system and the Pacific Academy.
I have some questions for staff on both.
Okay, so you'd like to pull both items?
I would.
Okay.
Yes. Anybody else?
Is that a motion item or is that just an old item?
Or one at a time? I'm sorry.
Yep. Okay, no motion necessary. So both items are pulled, and we will hear those items first before we get to the regular agenda items. So with that, I'd like to ask the staff, and I'm sorry I don't see the name, Jay, if you would give us a presentation on the Upper Bluff retention system. Oh, Bob, is the presentation needed, or do you just have specific questions you'd like to ask?
I just have some specific
Okay.
questions, so save a little bit of time.
Sure.
Sure, Commissioner.
Thank you. When was the work, on page 155 and 166 shows an aerial photo, maybe a drone shot looking back. Looks like the property to the south has already had that work done.
Give me a moment to catch up, sorry.
That's right.
Page 155?
165, the last two pictures in the document.
Oops, sorry. Oh, the before and after pictures? They were dated December 20, 2022.
Okay, let me just pull it up online here. I'm sorry.
Are you talking about the simulation with the existing before and after?
Is that a simulation? So that's what it would
Yeah,
look
the
like?
top picture
Yeah.
is the existing condition, and if you look closely, it has that patio overhang where it's eroded underneath, and then the bottom photo is the proposed simulation with the upper bluff retention improvement.
Understood on the top photo?
Uh-huh.
Looks like the shotcrete has happened on the property just to the right of the overhang?
The project site is the one in the center.
No, I know, but the property to the right of it, if I'm
Yeah,
looking at
to
your
the
photo.
south, yeah,
To the
that's-
south. Has
yes.
that been completed? And is
Yeah, there's no issues with that project. That was completed a long time ago.
Well, that's my question. So it's going to look like that when completed, per the photo on the bottom. When was the work on the top completed? The one to the
Sometime
right.
shortly around early 2000s, I suppose. I did not
Okay,
check
so that's
unless-
25 years ago.
Correct.
Okay, so it still looks like it
Yeah.
was 25 years ago. It's still
As I
functioning. Okay, so I'm just trying to get a visual
Oh,
and a
fair.
timeline associated with that. How long has the resident been seeking approvals for this work?
The application dates back to 2022.
And is
So
that
it's
the
been
current-
in-house for 2 years.
Is that the current owner, or is that submitted with the prior owner?
With the current owner.
Current owner.
Current owner took ownerships in '21.
Okay,
shortly before.
And what is the timeline for the work? When do they have to start? And obviously, the winter is coming. Is there a timeline associated with getting the work completed in advance of the winter?
I would have to defer to the applicant on that, because I just do know that the CDP use permit is good for the next 2 years, so no doubt they would probably want to wait until the rainy season ends.
So my concern would be, how safe is the overhang this winter for failure to possibly hurt residents, or people on the beach below?
Part of that also depends on how fast we can get through the building permit, the actual improvement, the ministerial phase of the project. If I can defer to the applicant for their actual construction timing. I do know that they also have we have a condition of approval for monitoring of the property within the next year by September 1st. And then presumably there'd be construction thereafter. There would be monitoring every 3 years after.
Okay.
So I would say imminent, I don't want to use the word imminent, but soon, you know.
And you talk about a biannual inspection for the hydroseeding, so they have to hydroseed twice a year?
To make sure it sticks, because
Right.
there's limited
Soil.
irrigation, you know, of the bluff face.
So the city goes out and looks up and twice a year,
Well-
make sure it's hydroseeded?
Yes, we'll have a landscape architect also
Okay.
on hand.
And then my last one, were there any responses from the neighbors on the August 8th, 2024 notice?
None.
None? Okay. Is the applicant here?
Yes, he is.
Am I allowed to ask those two questions of the applicant? Is that the process or not?
Yes, I'll open the
Oh.
public comment and
Okay.
ask the applicant to address your questions.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Bob Tretton, and I represent the Rowland family who owns the property and is processing the permit. And with respect to your questions, first of all, regarding the slab that's undercut, that slab is anchored with rebar into a wall at the top that is just not surfaced. There are caissons, there's a grade beam, and it's anchored. So it's not going to fail onto the beach before we get to it. And with regard to your second question, once we get through the 10-day appeal period, I seriously doubt the Coastal Commission is concerned. They knew this was going to happen someday when they approved it. We intend on filing our building permit application quickly. And yes, we can build during the winter depending on weather.
Right.
So,
Thank you. That's it.
Okay, then I'd entertain a motion. Is there anything you want to discuss about it any further? Okay, I'd entertain a motion to make an action.
I'll second that.
Okay. Officially, I'm asking you to make the motion.
Oh, I'm
and-
sorry. I'd
and
like to make
someone
a
else is-
motion to approve the application.
And I'll second it.
All right, I'd like to call the vote. Okay, that passes 5-0. Our next item is item 6B, the Pacific Academy, case number multi-4553-2021. Bob, do you have any specific questions you'd like to ask?
Yes, I don't need a staff presentation, just a few more questions.
Okay.
On page 2 of the staff report, was there a reference to, is there a non-compliant playground currently at the site?
Hello, I'm Christina. I'm senior planner. I worked on the Pacific Academy. To answer your question, there's an outdoor playground there currently. It was not captured in the prior permit, and so you're correct. That is existing there without a permit at the moment, and so this permit will incorporate that and cover it from here on out.
Do you know how long they've been operating a playground without a permit?
It's been some time, probably years. I don't know exactly when it went in.
Are the hours changing at all from operations of the prior permit to the current permit to add the 50 students?
And they are not.
The aerial photo of the traffic shows that, and the statement, I believe, is made that there won't be any impacts on traffic. But what is the current status of the impact, or what is the current status of the traffic light at Westlake and Encinitas Boulevard?
Sure. So the traffic light is not something that would have come into play for this one in particular. The way that the flow of drop up and pickup right now is coming into the property, and actually, you know,
If I
have
could
an image.
interrupt just
Sure.
briefly, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Since we're going to be discussing this, I think we should go through and make any disclosures that
Oh, sorry.
any commissioners have for that.
I do have a disclosure that one of my children did attend a summer class in about 2015 at the school.
Okay, thank you very much, and I'm sorry for the interruption. Any other comments? All right.
No, I went to the physical therapy called Reconnect at that location.
Okay, good. Oh,
I don't really have more, no, but I do practice yoga at the yoga studio right below frequently, and during COVID, and you can hear the kids in the playground from outside the studio.
okay. All right. Sorry, Christina, could you
Oh, my bad.
resume?
Sure, yeah, no problem. That actually gave me some time to locate an image here. So up on the screen, you'll see an aerial image with the red line work showing you the actual location of where this project is occurring. You asked about traffic. So right now, the flow of traffic is from Encinitas Boulevard into the property. It goes across the storefronts, if you will, along this aisle. They provide temporary cones out in that drive aisle there to help conduct the flow of the traffic dropping off or picking up. And then they exit the property on West Lake Street. And so that hasn't, at least to my knowledge, been an issue. It's been functioning. And while this went out for public notice, I didn't receive any complaints from the neighboring tenants or from the public in general.
I guess it looked like under page 5 of the document where you're talking about parking, and I think there were some references to traffic study. And I was wondering if in the traffic study for the major use permit, the consultant considered future development on Quail Gardens in terms of the impact of the ingress and egress, because I believe you show 80%. There was another aerial that you had with percentages, or at least in the traffic study, of percent of ingress and egress coming from the center, and 88% of the ingress and egress was flowing onto Westlake. And if Westlake is already a level E or F on the traffic consideration, did the traffic study consider the impact of the approved projects on the north side of Encinitas Boulevard as part of their traffic study?
It
And-
would not. So this scope of work is for this project in particular, and at the time when this project was in process, it would not have considered that project. I don't know that that would have been approved in existing use, that we would say, hey, we need to pick up that item as well. And so what you're talking about is maybe an overreach a little bit, because that would be mitigation that the project, that housing element site that you're talking about, would need to pick up to mitigate their impacts on traffic. And so they're a little bit different. They're somewhat separate. They are not necessarily connected in this case.
I read the traffic by LOS Engineering, and they picked up traffic impact. So I'm not sure how the traffic study is incomplete or complete if they don't consider the impact on the intersection by the surrounding properties. And it doesn't appear that they have done that. Is that
Yeah.
because the scope of work was not including the impact of the surrounding properties? So that's my question. How do you do a traffic study on an intersection that's already level E or F? We're going to add 88% of additional traffic in and out of this location without defining that maybe they should exit onto Encinitas Boulevard to the east rather than exiting to an already traffic-burdened intersection, which we know is going to have about 1,000 more units on it.
Yeah, so again, this particular project is a pretty small project in relation to that. and the scope of work is really limited to what's happening here on this site. So I understand, I think, the concern that you're talking about, but I think it's an overreach. Like, I really think that the project that's there for the housing is the one that would be burdened with having to do the traffic lights or doing improvements, and they are. And so that's something that's a different project, different scope. And so the nexus, that's also important here too, right, is the nexus of the type of improvements that you're asking for is a very large ask in comparison to what this scope of work is. And so to say, hey, we've got this big housing element site that's coming across the street, and we have this small school, like, well, what's the proportion of
I'm
responsibility
not asking
here?
for the proportionality. I'm saying, did the study include the impact of 50 trips at peak time, both morning and evening, in relation to the properties across the street?
That
You're saying no.
specifically, well, that specifically, I guess I would struggle a little bit with. I'd have to pull up the study itself to see specifically like how it was worded. But just thinking about the thresholds and how things are, I guess, then said, hey, we crossed this threshold and now we need to create X, Y, and Z mitigation measure, it would not have happened here. Like, it's too small of a change, too small of a project to have elevated to that level. And so the types of things that you are getting at that would say, hey, there's an impact here and it would have increased trips and this and that, that would be more appropriate for a larger project such as the housing element site. So there is the reason why I'm coming to Nexus is because this is such a small project in comparison to what you're leading up to where I would say, hey, like, the reason for bringing in something like that would be to say, hey, school, you need to do improvements to the site or improvements to the traffic signal or something like that. Where
I don't think I alluded to that at all. I'm asking if the scope of the impact of adding 50 students at prime time has any impact on that intersection.
If I may, I can try to answer it in another way that she is saying it is the traffic study itself was not warranted from how I'm reading the report. And so none of those things were analyzed because the threshold of what this project was generating warranted a traffic study.
But there is a traffic study.
It said that there was no
TC5.
further traffic analysis
So the
required.
50 trips, morning and evening, don't raise the level of impact
That is correct.
on an already level F. I'm not alluding to the fact that the school has to pay for anything. I'm just wanting to know if that was even considered. And it doesn't sound like it was.
So if I can have traffic respond to that.
Sure. Matthew Wedgeworth, Associate Traffic Engineer. So what you're referring to regarding the 50 peak hour trips, that's the threshold that requires a traffic study. So if there's a project that has either 50 or more peak hour trips, that's when we would start having them do the full length traffic study to analyze the intersections around the project and then the roadway segments adjacent to it. And this project, based off of the scope, didn't meet that requirement.
So 50 students doesn't equal 50 trips? Is there math associated with the fact that there's 50 more drop-offs and 50 more pickups? Maybe it's not
Maybe,
trip
because
for
there
trip.
could be multiple kids in one family or carpooling.
Maybe, that's fine. I appreciate that. I'm just, that intersection happens to be significantly burdened, and it doesn't like we haven't done anything to address the ingress and egress of those students coming in and out of that site. And yet, we have an exit that could go east on Encinitas Boulevard and not burden, so there's no obligations of the students or the school to try to encourage their drop-offs to go north on Encinitas, but we're actually funneling 88% into a level F intersection. That will only get worse. So, as a planning commissioner, I'm like, hey, maybe we have to, first I want to know if the 50 qualifies. And number two, can we put a condition that they don't ingress and egress onto Westlake and they ingress and they exit out onto Encinitas Boulevard? And I don't know if that's something we do or it's warranted or not.
Okay. We're talking about an existing shopping center with a tenant that is a school, right?
Right.
And so when that shopping center was built, in my mind, they had a certain traffic demand that was generated by the construction of that building and the certain parking amount out there. I don't think that the use as a school is, I mean.
Changing the use.
Yeah, but I think you're looking at an absolute matter, meaning there are 50 new kids going to this school, and I think the traffic studies are based on more computational, like it doesn't pass a threshold of some sort. So I also kind of agree with some of the earlier comments that the change in use of this school doesn't trigger the scale or the size of a project that feels like it's disproportionate to come back and say that, well, maybe I won't go there. You haven't said that, but I don't know if you're going to go towards off-site improvements, or you're just saying you want to redirect them through the driveway out a different way.
I'm just concerned that somehow we didn't fully impact. Yes, the square footage already exists. When the project was approved, they approved, we'll call it 100,000 square feet, and the impacts for 100,000 square feet. They're coming back for a major use permit request. And the type of tenancy and the timing of the tenancy tends to lend itself towards increased traffic and increased congestion. And we don't have to approve a major use permit. They already have approvals for 75 students. They're asking for 50 more. So with that impact, what's the impact on the surrounding area? And if the staff says that you already have been approved for 100,000 square feet and this is just additional use in the 100,000 square feet, well then that's fine. But in my reading of the traffic study, I didn't get that impression. I didn't see any reference to that, and I didn't see any reference to the code that said this is not going to create any more. And the gentleman just said 50 units is the threshold. So if 50 people is the threshold, how come it wasn't addressed?
But if he says 50 units, a unit may not be equal to a
Correct,
person.
and that's why I was
Right.
asking for the math.
Right.
If 50 people just
Okay.
means 25 trips, not 50-50, then it doesn't qualify for a traffic study. That I don't know. Be happy to
Okay.
be told.
I think it's a reasonable inquiry, and I think that we already have a problem that we don't have busing for schools in Encinitas. This school does not have busing, correct?
It does not. It's a very small school in relation to typical schools. It's a private school, and so the amount of students in each grade is very small. So these are.
So
It's a
that
very
means that
different
they're
scale.
arriving to school and being picked up from school on their own private transport. They are not using a bus, which means that there will be significantly more traffic at drop-off and pickup times. And we already have other schools that do not have buses and that have significant drop-off and pickup traffic. And I think Commissioner Prendergast is correct that traffic studies warranted.
I would disagree with the word significant. The traffic engineer has already said that this doesn't meet a threshold for requiring a traffic study. And so I wouldn't characterize it as a significant impact. Granted, the maybe there's already a failure at that intersection, but this is not going to cause it to fail more or within the traffic study world, right? I mean, in an absolute way, I'm not arguing against it. There might
No, I
not be more
understand.
cars there, but it's not going to take it to another level of failure.
Well, I guess we already discussed in Quail Gardens approvals, it already has failed, and there's really no way to make it not fail. But on page 55 of 126 in Table 5, is that the math that I'm supposed to understand in terms of why the 50 students and the trips associated will not trigger a traffic report or a traffic
Yes,
study?
so I think another important layer in this, and yes, you're correct, that Table 5 is showing us, hey, these are the amount of students that we're going to have each day, and so during peak hours, this is the amount of trips that we're expecting, and so you have the the 40 total, right? And then this PM peak hour is showing us that there's 9 expected trips. And so the threshold again is 50 trips, right? And so 40 and 9 are both below 50. And so it would not have warranted additional study. So there's that piece, right? So let's put a pin in that. So then the next piece is the fact that this particular school, because it's so small and because they're accommodating the existing site, they are themselves mandating, or not mandating, but they are themselves coordinating staggered drop-offs, staggered pickups. So the entire school isn't arriving at the same time. And so within the staff report, there is that breakdown that shows, hey, every 30 minutes there's a different grade coming in. And then same thing for drop-off, or for pickup, right, is every 30 minutes or so there's a different grade that's coming and going. And so you don't have all 100+ students that are trying to come onto the site at one time. And so that also helps reduce the impact that otherwise would have occurred. And so where you're saying, hey, there's this increase of X amount of students, like, should we be concerned? And my response to you in reading the traffic report, consulting with our traffic engineer, and understanding how the operations are happening here, I would say, no, I don't think it's a concern. I think it's been addressed adequately.
If I could put some structure to this, if we have clarification, and thank you for the clarifications, but if we're done with clarifying things with the staff,
Yep.
we'll do the deliberation among our, the commissioners that are voting. Since we've opened up this project, is the applicant here? Well, let me say, before I close the staff, is there any further questions that you have of the staff?
Did staff?
I do have one more question.
Okay.
Regarding the play structure, it looks like a very small play structure, just a standalone sort of thing. Is there fencing that protects from the traffic, from the parking?
I believe that there is, but yes, there is. There's fencing that's around there. I think in general, play areas for schools have to be enclosed, and I don't think that's a city requirement. I think that's outside of us. That's a larger body that requires things like that. So the short answer is yes.
That would be like a state law.
I believe it's a licensing law.
Yeah, I don't know who the entity is, but I do know that it's outside of us, the city.
Yeah, I think it's an education board or district education requirement.
Bob, did you have a follow-up question?
Just the last one. So there's no recommendation by staff to encourage the applicant to exit onto Encinitas Boulevard in your staff report?
No, there is not.
That's it.
Okay, thank you. If the applicant is here and would like to address the commission, you're welcome to, or you can answer questions of the commission if there are questions of the applicant. Okay.
My name is Mario Gonzalez. I'm the principal of the school. I've been there for 14 years. I'm happy to answer any questions necessary. It is an extremely small school. In relation to any school within Encinitas, it's even smaller than that. And so capping out at 125 students is really what we would like to do. We don't want to expand any further than that at this site ever. This is just to provide that service for the community. Beyond that, the entry and exit of the school is manned by the staff. With under 10 minutes, we could exit and enter the school. So we're out there with walkie-talkies, whatnot. It is very well and seasoned in regards to drop-off and pickup. And in essence, to any impact of the traffic, completely understand that concern for anything that would be developed in Encinitas. Anybody who's ever driven on Camino and Coast Highway or tried to go into Lazy Acres knows that in and out and whatnot is quite an impact on traffic. For us, I would feel that we're barely a crumble, a speck in the pool of traffic. But to answer your question, yes, we did 3 traffic studies per request from the city, all 3. In fact, each study that we did showed further and further that we were less of an impact because there were existing companies that were within building 6, 7, 9. And with the removal of the dentistry, the law firm, it erased also that traffic that is consistent all day long. And so that's really why. And we're not going to increase staff to a significant number. So really, we're just looking at an efficient way. If a more efficient way was to go out on Encinitas Boulevard, that's what we inquired with the traffic engineers, and they advised us that it's actually more efficient for the flow and timing to go out Westlake. If it was more efficient to go out Encinitas Boulevard, then we'd be happy to do that, because for us, it really is no difference. Our families are coming from different directions. But I'm happy to answer any questions.
No, that was great. Thank you
Yeah.
very much. I appreciate
My
the
pleasure.
fact, and unfortunately, you had to go through 3 traffic studies. I was just trying to get the understanding of one. And appreciate your time.
Yeah,
Thank
my
you.
pleasure.
Oh, you bet.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, I'm going to close the public comment portion of this item and open it to commissioner deliberation. And I'll start with saying, Bob, has any of this satisfied your concerns?
On a macro basis, just a little frustrated. Go ahead.
All right, sorry, one more time. Because we've gone through applicant, is there any public comment for someone that would like to speak on this item? I don't think there's going to be a slip, but anybody in the audience? Okay, now I will close the public comment portion and let you continue, sorry.
Like, I was just trying to get a better understanding of how 50 students has no impact and traffic coming in and out. I guess the fact that, once again, I guess it's maybe just the code, maybe something to take up on our work plan, but for a study not to incorporate the impacts of the surrounding area, I don't understand how Quail Gardens doesn't affect the intersection, and any changes to that area should be considered. And maybe that's a city code issue, and maybe that's something I'll bring up on a work plan conversation, but I find it hard to believe that that intersection can handle any more.
Right.
That's all. Just
I appreciate the applicant's comment that, you know, there were businesses in there generating traffic, right? So it's not a pure 50 new cars, right? There's a delta
You're right.
of some sort, and I
There's the
don't, like you, maybe the city needs to address their thresholds or something, but I don't think that that's being crossed tonight, you know, with this project.
I agree. I think this just highlighted my frustration at times coming back to the Goodson project, not incorporating traffic coming from Rancho Santa Fe on the exit for the fire life safety. One more situation where we know it's already struggling. You're right. You know, if you took the 2 law firms out and those had 50 people in it and you put in 50 kids, it's a net nothing. Yeah. So I get that. I just think under a major use permit, we have to open up a can of worms a little bit to address some of the failings, or in my opinion, insufficiencies that should be addressed. But in the case of the applicant, I think the applicants, I'm happy and they're excited that they're going to grow and they're going to add more to the community. It was really more functional to staff.
I understand, and I agree with your. I appreciate the service or that the school provides to the community and the efforts they already go to manage their drop-offs and pickups. So I would entertain a motion or.
I just wanted to add a comment that I think the major use permit is more about being in a business park. It's not so much about traffic. The major use permit is the occupancy type of being an education facility in that location. Okay. So it's not really anything to do with traffic, the major use permit.
No, it's the impact.
But I do
of
think it is about the safety of the kids, being in a business park rather than being in an area that, is open space or designed for educational facilities, that kind of thing. So that's why I asked the question about the fence, because
Sure.
my consideration would be more about the safety of the location, which I think the staggered drop-off that's mentioned in the report, the staff report, is what addresses code.
Sure.
And it's okay.
Okay. I'm satisfied that the use is appropriate for that building and that the traffic is maybe a broader issue than this school could be expected to solve. So could I get a motion?
Motion to approve.
Okay, in a second.
I'll second.
All right, could I call the vote? Okay, we have a 5-0 pass, so that project is approved. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes the consent items, and we will move on to our regular agenda items. And as we made a motion earlier this evening, we're going to move item 8C up to be heard first. I'll give a few minutes or moments for staff to shift. This item is a continuation of the El Camino Real specific plan. Policy, or what is a PLCY 007016, 2024. I'll start with disclosures, and I'll make my own disclosure first. I was not here last week when you discussed this project. I have watched in its entirety the video from your discussions, and I feel ready to participate in the conversation tonight. And with that, I'd ask if there was any further disclosures since last week.
We don't need to restate that we've been there. We already did it last time.
Yeah. Okay. With that, is this Housing Senior Manager Melinda Dacey?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Good evening. I'm Melinda Dacey, the Housing Services Manager at the Development Services Department. With me this evening, I have Patty Enders, Planning Manager of Policy Planning and Housing, and Brooke Peterson, AICP Principal in Charge with Rick. And I do have a brief presentation just to kind of recap what took place last week on the August 15th City Planning Commission hearing. The planning commissioners went through the chapters of the specific plan and specifically made changes to Chapter 4 and had no changes or comments on the other chapters within the specific plan and left off their review with the Community Benefits Program. And then I'm going to turn it over to Brooke so she can kind of provide an overview of what the Community Benefits Program and chapter is about.
Thank you, Melinda. Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. Brooke Peterson with Rick. I just want to provide kind of an orientation and an overview of Chapter 6, which is the Community Benefits Program. The Community Benefits Program was prepared in response to community feedback that really emphasized the need and the importance of incorporating additional community benefits into the fabric of El Camino Real along that corridor. The program is voluntary, and it provides development incentives in response to developers providing additional incentives, amenities, and improvements. In terms of eligibility, only projects that are utilizing the underlying zoning, whether that be office professional, general commercial, or public, semi-public projects, are eligible to participate and receive those incentives of the Community Benefits Program. Residential and mixed-use projects are not eligible to receive those additional incentives. In terms of the process, the Community Benefits Program in Chapter 6 provides a long list of potential benefits that developers can elect to provide, and then it provides a series of points. Each of those benefits has points granted up to a particular maximum. The points assigned to each of those benefits are based on the associated cost to provide those, as well as the relative benefit to the community and the greater good, and as they relate to helping the city reach citywide goals. There's no overall maximum number of points. There's not a cap. But I will say that based on the incentives that can be provided, there's really a maximum number of points that can be redeemed. The two incentives provided or available are reduced parking requirements in response. They can redeem that for up to 60 points, and then up to 30 points can be redeemed for streamlined permit processing. And that concludes just that overview.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions of staff to clarify?
We still have a
Oh,
just a
sorry,
little bit
sorry. My bad.
We do have a staff edit wanted to bring to the Planning Commissioner's attention on section 6.2.2 of the specific plan. It's page 106 of 339 of the staff report. We are recommending to strike this sentence, the text that's on the screen right now. It was a carryover from the prior report when we had the mixed-use overlay included within the document. So that is not necessary to include, and wanted to bring that to your attention. And with that, this concludes staff's presentation. We recommend that the Planning Commission recommend to City Council adoption of the specific plan and associated municipal code and general plan amendments, as well as local coastal program amendments.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions on the new information presented?
I have some questions. So I have a question about the first community benefit for sale housing. So if the incentives don't apply to residential or mixed use, which includes residential, how can you use this as an incentive?
That is true. This was added at the request of council at the Planning Commission. It came out of the discussion at the joint Planning Commission City Council meeting, workshop. So the request was to consider adding that as a community benefit. So staff responded to that request. There's very, very narrow, almost probably very little opportunity where that could be invoked, but that is why that's in there.
I don't see how it could ever be invoked. So I don't know why we would have something in here that is impossible, since this doesn't apply to residential or mixed use. And I understand the theory is that City Council wanted to include it, but we were all present at that meeting, and there was a lot to go through, and I don't know that everybody, including myself, until maybe even today when I just had this aha moment when you said that this would never apply.
Correct.
So I would suggest striking for sale housing. It can't apply.
Okay, why don't we do that in deliberation and
Okay.
make a note, please, to bring that up again?
And then also, I would like for when we deliberate to talk about whether some of these others might apply. But I'm going to go to, I feel like if you're going to give benefits, if you're going to incentivize and give benefits for if they partake in any of these, there needs to be a way to monitor them. And I have a question about how some of these can be monitored. So, I understand you could see if they added a biofiltration system. You could see if they added an EV charging station, a bike locker. Like some of those things that are tangible, the city would be able to manage and would be able to make sure that they did that in order to receive the benefit. But there's a couple of them where I don't know if anything is in place in order to allow anybody to manage it. And so some of them would include the new dedicated small business space, small business financial assistance to commercial tenants, relocation assistance. Those just feel like very vague to me, and unless there's some other document that explains the details of those, I think they're very vague, and I don't understand what they mean, and I don't think anybody that was trying to use that incentive would really know what they had to do, and really, to gain the benefit associated with those. And I don't know how the city would ever monitor whether those things actually came to fruition. So I don't know if there's some thought process that I'm missing for some of these, and if there is, if you could explain it.
I think with the relocation assistance, for example, that would be something that would be conditioned to the project as part of their approval for staff to be able to make sure that they do comply with that. We are required to provide some type of service for residential replacement housing. If there's some protected units involved, there's relocation assistance that is required to be provided on a development project that the city does need to ensure compliance with. So this would be a similar situation to that.
But does
in
the city
relation
code,
to
does the city code
commercial.
require that? I mean, if it requires it for residential, but it's not going to require it for this.
Well, it would be conditioned, so it would be a requirement if the applicant was requesting that community benefit for their project.
I could see how there'd be a difficulty, though, like LEED certification, that often doesn't come for a year after the project is built. So a project could conceivably get a reduced parking ratio or some benefit, and we wouldn't know for 12 months whether they actually achieved LEED silver or whatever the target was. So is there a mechanism that would allow that to be monitored?
I need my glasses for far away. In terms of the LEED certified, that could be required to be submitted at a building permit or application process, right? It doesn't have to be at like.
I just think there's monitoring of HVAC. I mean, maybe an application for LEED certification, but I don't think LEED itself, I think they need to see data from the performance of the building over a course of time before they actually grant the certification.
Yeah, you are correct, and it is LEED or equivalent. So if we could have our building department do an assessment, but I'm not a building inspector, but sure. I do concur that these three are a little more difficult to monitor just in the structure of how they were done, but it was trying to provide a variety to incentivize some of a range of incentives, but I concur, it's difficult to monitor.
Okay, and then we can discuss the significance of each of those items outside of the question and answer. Okay, any other questions of staff?
Yes. I don't understand why multi-use and residential are excluded from eligibility. I understand why density projects would be excluded in terms of residential because they already have the ability to have, their waivers and concessions. But regular residential do not have automated process for those kinds of things. And mixed use doesn't have that either. So why would they be excluded from benefits?
The only residential or mixed use that would be permitted would be under housing legislation because existing zoning does not allow residential or mixed use. So the only time those types of development scenarios would take place would be under the purview of housing legislation.
I have another question for staff. So I have a question about the crossover of some of these, because as I read this, you could have a mural that's three-dimensional that includes public seating. So, I feel like a lot of them have a lot of crossover. So will they then get, if it's only one thing, will they get 40, they've got public seating for 15, and it's public art, it's maybe a mural also. Are those cumulative, or do they only get one set of points for that item, and which one would it be?
They are, between community benefit to community benefit, they are intended to be additive or cumulative. We didn't think about, I think, necessarily like a mural plus, I think, public art in public seating. We hadn't specifically thought about those being combined. I would suggest that they could be additive, but that's at your discretion.
So you didn't think about whether or not one thing could satisfy like three of these?
But we could consider that. We could add a note that says that you can or can't do that.
I just have one point of clarification. So what, if you were to add all these up, how many points, and if someone did all 24 of them, how many points are they going to get?
They could get quite a few. I think the important point is that there's, in terms of looking at the actual incentives that they can redeem those points for, there's really only a maximum of 90.
So 90 points is really the threshold that the applicant needs to apply for to be able to get the discount. So where did 90 come from? I'm just curious.
90 was coming from determining that 60 points seemed reasonable for the benefit or the incentive that they were receiving, and 30 for the streamlined permit processing, so it was really dependent on that. We originally did have a cap of 90, recognizing that that's what could be redeemed. It was council's request at that joint workshop that we remove that cap, that overall cap that a project can have.
So what I'm getting to is assigning points, maybe this is part of deliberation, but assigning points to each one and assigning even, whether it's 90 or if it's 500, is something that we can talk about, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think
Okay.
the answer here is that the points are not there is no absolute value of a point, right?
Right.
It's a random number, and then each item is given a random number that's less,
Okay,
right?
that's what I was
That
just-
seems proportional.
Okay.
And we could decide what
Which
proportional
one is
should
which?
be.
All right, thank you.
I want another question. So I'm just kind of curious as to the thought process, and did it come from council or from someplace else, to put all of these things in community benefits and not include some of them in the objective design standards? Because a lot of these are things that are included in objective design standards that this body has prepared citywide, but now they're in this community benefits and not in objective design standards.
Yeah, a good number of these are actually addressed to some degree in the objective design standards. This is really been designed around the desire to see over and above, and this is to encourage over and above. Things like public art, EV charging, bicycle infrastructure, open space. There are already standards for that in the objective design standards chapter. This is really intended to incentivize over and above.
Thank you.
Okay.
So with that question, so what is priority? Because last conversation we had a lot of different things about what was priority and what was in terms of municipal code and where their gaps were. So which one would take precedent, the design standard or these items here in community benefit?
The objective design standards are required. Those are standards. They are regulatory. This is voluntary. So the objective design standards would reign.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it. I'm sure we'll be coming back to you here maybe in a few minutes. I guess we are the applicant. Yeah, okay. Okay. So with that, I'm going to close the public comment portion. Because this is a continuation of last meeting, all public speakers have been heard last time, and we will open it up directly into commissioner deliberation, of which we've already started a little.
It was kind of hard to separate.
Yes.
So I'll start. First of all, I already talked about the first one, for sale housing. So kind of what I'd like to do with, if everybody, see how everybody feels about this, is kind of maybe go through them and talk about them, see if there's any we're just okay with that we don't need to make any changes to. Talk about a point structure. I'd like to see them ordered maybe on ones we like the most at the top and kind of go moving down, like maybe the ones with the highest points are first on the list and moving down. I do see a lot of crossover in some of these, so maybe we can reduce the number of these because some of them seem a little redundant to me. And I really want to talk about the ones that I think that are vague, and even if we condition them to the project, I still don't know how we gain compliance or monitor compliance of some of them.
Can I ask you, are we considering modifying the points?
Yes.
Because they seem either really too high or the goal too low, or the benefit too low.
Right, I think that the kind of issue is we don't want to make it impossible so they're not incentivized,
Correct.
but we don't want to just give it away. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it's kind of a thought process.
I agree. I would maybe, my spin on it would be, I'm not sure in my mind a prioritizing of the list is as important. Developer or applicant can scan that list and find whichever items that they want, and the way we are prioritizing it is by the point system, right?
Right, I would
so-
just say, like, structurally for the document, it should start either with the ones that are all worth 15 and 15, 30, rather than someone jumping around kind of to see which one. Ease of use.
Well, as someone that reads a lot of these, I'm not too worried about it, but I would certainly, if we wanted to get to the end of this and say order.
Certainly with the points that are presented for each.
That the list of priority is not as important because different projects will have different objectives. But I also think we need to keep our eyes on the future and the idea that conditional use permits might be applied for and usages might actually change. occupancies could change. So I think in general, the list is pretty good and pretty comprehensive. And I think we really want to move forward with this as quickly as we can so that we do have something in place. And so I don't think we need to get down in the weeds with every detail of it. I think we need to get this moved through so that we have some contextual design standards that go with this specific plan area.
Okay.
So that my thinking on it, I provided some examples of contextual type usage. We're a bee city, we're a tree city. I think things like direction about, having natural materials, not plastic, everything, the enclosures for bus stops, things of that nature. I think having direction within this specific plan that provides guidance to people who are planning to do projects, that we want to see natural materials and that we want to foster being a tree city, a bee city, all of those kinds of things that make Encinitas what it is.
If we could come back to that one, please.
To that end, the easiest way to modify the points, since each one of them have a high point value, is just to increase the redemption value.
Yeah.
That would be the easiest way to go about it.
I think I'd like to, I don't want to belabor every one of them unless there's specific concerns, but
Increase the redemption value.
I've heard consistent concern about the for sale housing and how that operates, or at least I had some concerns. I think I heard that last week in the conversation. Sure. As I understand it, someone could offer to build 3 for sale units, which would be 100% of the residential units, and they'd get 90 points right there.
Right.
But these don't apply to residential units at all.
Well,
Not at all. So, or mixed use. So there's no reason to have a for sale housing benefit if it's never going to be able to be used by purpose of the law.
Problem is that you could have a change of use in the future. So I think we probably just leave it. And if it's never used, that's fine. But if it is, then we have it as something that we can fall back on that's there.
I disagree. I don't see the point of leaving something in that's completely useless. And even if things change, this documents will be changed, laws will be changed, but why would we put something in there people can't even consider?
It would be confusing. It would be confusing.
Okay. Bob, any thoughts on that?
Well, I was going to probably change, if we were to leave it in, I was going to change it, like, to your point, I want 50% of the project. I read this initially to be, if you're going to build 100 units, that 50 of them were for sale, not 3.
Well, but if you're only building 3 units,
right,
100% of them could be, right? And then, I kind of agree with Chris, and it kind of became clear, if the only housing allowed here is going to be through density bonus under state law, which comes with its own set of incentives and waivers, and by the way, could use a waiver to avoid any of this anyway, then why have it if there is no other way of providing housing?
Well, is it a fair statement to say that any development in this specific plan would be a housing density bonus project? Wouldn't, under AB 2011, couldn't you work residential development onto a shopping center site and do it for, at market rates?
The zoning doesn't allow it.
In order to
get, you have to use.
You have to provide the affordable housing, and
right,
then you get the incentive.
Right.
The first thing they'd say is, "Well, I'm not going to do." Frankly, I think the benefits are way too underpowered. I mean, the streamlined process and a tiny reduction in your parking is nothing, and they can get all of that through AB 2011 or whatever the number is.
Or if it's a TOD, you don't have to provide parking in a transit zone. So,
yeah, I would support striking it with a recognition that council, if council asks for it, then they can put it back in. But I don't see the purpose of it in there. Can we get, I'm trying to keep a tally here.
Yeah, no, I get it.
If I see a consensus on that, we can move on.
Yes.
Okay.
I agree.
Agree.
Okay.
I agree, but disappointed that I get it, but yeah, I agree. I agree
got all
with
sorts
I
of
agree with the
disappointments.
legal. I agree with the logic path that you've identified.
Okay. Chris, is there any other, let's maybe tackle the idea of some of these items that could be double dipped, so to speak. A bench that is artistically done, is it public seating and is it public art? And I think we could simply come to an agreement and say, I think in that revised thing that the developer is going to put together a matrix of what they are applying each of these items to, and they can apply it to one thing.
I think the way it's written, they choose.
Right.
They
Let them-
choose to either
Let it put them into one
choose
category.
bench or choose it as art.
Yeah.
They choose.
Right.
But they can't choose both.
Yeah, so I would say.
I think there's no double dipping.
I would say we would direct staff that we would like to see some language that said any one element of the building is assigned to one category for the.
I agree.
It's like subcategories A, B, C. You know, you can. Yeah. Right. Something
Right, you can't get extra points if it meets more than one of these.
Right. Right. Okay. The next item I heard was items that may not be able to be enforced at the day of the application. Lead certification was one I added to that list, but there were others that you mentioned, Chris. I don't have a strong thought on that one. In general, I'm fine with the list as it is. I think we want to tweak the point system, but how would we handle those items that may not be known until well after the project is approved?
Well, can't we cover LEED certification in our building standards? If a developer, we have certain building standards such as low-flow toilets and automated water and things like that. The city can increase its requirements in the city code to almost meet LEED standard. I think my understanding is the city code, building code, almost meets the basic LEED standard. You probably have more experience than I do. So to put this in, and to your point, you don't get a certification until 12 months later, you're already almost building to LEED now. So why get a bonus if you're just meeting the code? So to me, that's redundant.
So to your point, I think you are correct. That, California Building Code is essentially, I think, LEED Silver or something like that. I think I like that there's an encouragement to go further,
Beyond.
right? So there's LEED Gold, LEED Platinum. So maybe we need to specify a higher level of LEED Gold or LEED Platinum.
Yeah, you have better experience in that, but yes, I'd love to have somebody do extra, go the extra mile, like, Claire's on Cedros, which was almost 100%, with permeable surfaces and, repurposed product. Well, I think, did you do that?
No. But don't get me started on that.
Okay. But yeah, I think an incentive beyond the code, I think, is warranted.
Going back to that first item, the for sale housing, how about if we just say for sale units? Because it could be a for sale building. And then we strike the wordage that has to do with housing from that. Make it if it's for sale rather than for lease, a property that's for sale rather than for lease, you give them some points.
I'm uncomfortable with that. I'm not sure how that relates to the
Well,
sale
because
of a
if
commercial building.
let's say that I have an art gallery, and I build this art gallery and I sell it. It's for sale. And so I get points because I made it for sale rather than I'm leasing it. So I think that's reasonable to keep
Okay. Does anyone else feel that's reasonable?
striking the verbiage that has to do with housing and just make units, for sale units, that kind of thing. Because I agree with you, if it doesn't apply to residential, there's no reason to have housing there.
I don't know why that just wouldn't be dealt with in the open market of selling property.
Yeah. I'm hesitant to add that just because I'm not sure that we are going to be able to, I can't wrap my head around how that would.
For sale
really-
property in general builds generational wealth, and it also builds community stability.
I'm not debating the value of it. I'm just saying I'm not sure
Have you
how
ever
you
gone
count
to a
50.
place and then you wanted to go back there, but it flipped. It's not there anymore. When you have a place that stays, it builds stability, it builds the character of that area. So I think it's worth having some points for something that's for sale. It's more likely that it's going to be something that stays in place.
I think you have envisioned a modest scale building that's going to for sale to a local business, but this would also apply to the Target Center or a big chain store, and it would encourage spec builders to come in and say, I can flip this building around and I'll get these extra bonus points for doing it, and then I'll turn around, sell the building, go build another one. You know, it's a matter of scale, and I'm not sure that we could control how that would happen.
Well, I'm not so sure we would do it at a certain scale, just, it's a unit, one unit. If this unit is for sale,
Well, Staples is
we give you
unit,
more
right?
points. We give you
that's a
some
10
points. And if your unit that you build is for lease, then we don't, because we see it as something that's more transitory and the usage of it could change over time.
Is there any other support for that concept?
No, I think it limits the business opportunities that the applicant might have, and that buildings are for sale and for lease all the time. People build a building, they want to occupy it, and then maybe occupy it for a long time, but at some point, maybe the family or the applicant decides to lease it out and sell it and have an income-generating property.
I
So
agree. It's
think
more of a development
It's hard to-
incentive than it would be just a
Yeah,
buy and
'cause
sell.
In a shopping center, as you know, one of those, for instance, probably in the Target Center, Target probably owns its store, so you're incentivizing them to the detriment of the inlines, because that property could be
Right.
turned and burned, so.
Okay. Not sensing a whole lot of support for that, I'd like to move to any other items on this list that we feel it needs tweaking.
Can we go back to the ones where you wouldn't know if they satisfied it until long after they've been given their streamlined processing or reduced parking?
You want to filter them based on that category first, that filter, and go through, and that makes sense.
No, I want to talk about those, but yeah, because I don't know how,
It eliminates them, or thins down the list a little bit.
right?
Okay.
And I don't know why since there's no place to monitor that, they're going to get their benefit long before we'd ever be able to check that they did it, so.
Yeah, and I'm sorry to interrupt,
Yeah.
but just to come back to Susan's point, in kind of deference to her concerns about that, there is an item here that says, new dedicated small business space with reduced rent gets a point. And if, I would support if a new dedicated space that was for rent, reduced rent or for sale, they could get that thing. And I could envision a kind of condominiumized thing with small spaces that were either for sale or for rent at a modest price. Was there be any other support for that?
I would, but I have a question about what's a small.
Under 1,000 square feet.
They have
I'd like to
10.
include language like that then.
Okay.
What's interesting, I was.
Susan, would that help with you?
Okay.
Yes.
Bob, did you have something?
I was going to go the other way and say this is a business decision, and I didn't want to get in the way of the business person deciding if he wanted to do it or not.
They don't have to use that benefit then,
That's true.
right?
And the same for the next
But
one.
maybe we do want our community to have a certain character. Maybe we do want to encourage stability and long-term participation
I
in our
interrupted
community.
You.
That's okay. So you were suggesting under 1,000 square feet or
Under-
1,000 square feet and under?
Yeah, 1,000 and under is considered a small space. And if they offer it at a reduced rent or offer it for sale,
Yeah,
they can get this small benefit.
that would be a benefit.
Okay. What's the next item that you think would be hard to check?
I think the one with the small business financial assistance and how it would be monitored.
It also references mixed use, so we don't really.
Bob, I know you were interested in the bike lockers having power. Did you want to give more points if they
Well,
have power, or?
We'll go through, but I'll go back to the bike lockers in a second, but we'll finish up on the small business financial assistance to existing commercial tenants.
Seems like they would have to produce some sort of an agreement, or?
Right, you'd have to almost show a lease, like everything else was
Yep.
leased at $1, but I gave it to XYZ at 50 cents. And that wouldn't be done until after they'd signed a lease. So I think that one's kind of hard to monitor.
Okay.
Other than maybe on the approvals, the 1,000 square feet at the end cap, you know, I agree as part of my permit that the 1,000 square feet at the end, that's a little bit easier, I think. Is it not?
I'm deferring to you on this one, or anyone else. I don't have a strong grasp of how it would implement or.
Right, which is why I don't think it should be included.
I like the idea of incenting somebody to, you know, there are pop-up arts and pop-up businesses and things like that that be nice to have, but at the same time, that's a business decision of the developer, and I want to make sure the development is viable. So I'm restricting ability to be successful. We don't want an unsuccessful project. 1,000 square feet's not going to make or break a deal.
But with the benefits, it gives the developer choice.
No, I understand.
It's
and
their choice, how they want to do it.
I'm
So
wrestling-
they
I think
still have choice.
My
We're
concern
not
is the
restricting
5-year
them.
horizon.
It's their
How do you know
choice.
in year 4 whether they continue to do it or not?
You'd almost have to do a deed restriction as part of the permit, and that would have to go into perpetuity. It's almost like a deed restriction on an affordable unit. And I'll ask the city attorney, can we do that? I don't want to have to subdivide the property to make that a separate unit at the end of the end cap of the shopping center, so to speak. I'm just visually thinking about the end cap of the shopping center is the reduced unit. You'd almost have to deed restrict that cap. Do you have to then go through a subdivision to divide that space out to restrict that 1,000 square foot unit?
It could be an escrow account. Maybe they prepay the rent for 5 years and.
Right, who's going to hold?
I mean,
Yeah, no,
good luck.
that's a great comment. So I'll ask, can we, if someone came in to build a project and we want 1,000 square feet out of that project to be either dedicated small business with reduced rent or financial assistance?
I think as far as monitoring, Chris had some comments about how do we find out if they actually do these things that they say they're going to do, or if the time frame extends. I think we leave that to staff to sort out. That's not really our job to monitor, is it, as a commission?
Okay.
No, but I
Fair
don't think we
point.
want to put something in here that is so too burdensome so that it's never going to be done.
Yeah. Was there a question to the city attorney? I'm sorry that maybe we.
So
give you-
how do we enforce this idea?
Well, I think it would be difficult to enforce because it's more of a hypothetical than an actuality, because unless you have an actual pending specific development that can be conditioned with a condition of approval, it would be difficult to impose this as a condition when it's not a conditionable project, so to speak. Does
But
that
if they're
make
coming
sense?
in and using these points to get to their thing, they're asking the city for the benefit. So if the city's going to give them the benefit, that's a condition and that's a contract. And so can't we then restrict or put into the approval that the 1,000 square feet at the end of the shopping center remain that the developer will monitor, but make sure that that
As
has
part
to.
as part of the specific plan?
We're talking about in the future when a project gets approved, it's coming before the commission.
When that project is coming before the commission, yes.
Correct. We can.
Now, you cannot do it now as part of the specific plan.
No, but we're trying to build point systems in for a developer or an applicant to incent them to do this. And so when they come before us and they say, I want the 15 points associated with item 2, which is reduced rent and/or reduction, can we put that as a condition, and can we restrict the deed to the 1,000 square feet at the end as an approval condition? If they're asking for the points, they're asking for something from us. Isn't that a contract between the two of us?
It really depends how the application comes forward. It's too hypothetical to really issue a legal opinion on that. You'd have to see what application comes forward. If that application is conditional, just based on a point system, that doesn't seem plausible.
Yeah, well, there you go.
I think we have two options here. We strike it completely, or
Right.
I like the sentiment of it.
I do.
And whether we added language that said, that put the onus on the developer to offer a plan that would, to the satisfaction of the community development director, would provide financial assistance for 5 years to existing. Short of that, I kind of agree with Susan's sentiment, is that we can't word craft this thing down to every detail, but this one strikes me as a difficult one to understand how it would happen.
Yeah, I was trying to talk to Commissioner Ryan's question about, hey, is this one even enforceable?
Yeah.
And
If we don't think it is, let's strike it and move on.
I like the sentiment, though, and I'd rather say, okay, fine, let's keep it in, and then in the future, it'll get challenged at that point in time. How's that? I mean, is that reasonable, or what do you think?
I think we should strike it.
Is there a head
Both
nod
of them?
at the end of the dais? Is there a concurrence with that? I'm hearing three of us are kind of on that page.
Yeah, I'm fine with striking it.
Susan?
I really think most of it can be handled by staff, frankly. I'm not so sure we want to spend our time on every little part of this, because this thing could be changed down the road as well, And I'm not sure it's our best use of time to go through and look at these things. It's already been vetted through the task force, the workshops.
Yeah, I think you have the benefit of having seen it kind of come through, and the rest of us are
Now it's our turn to
kind of
look
looking
at
at
it.
it
But
with new eyes.
Right, but I do think it's our job to go through the details of this document, because this is a living and breathing document that people are going to use when they make decisions on how they're going to develop or not develop. And so I think it's worth it to put the time in now.
Chris, are there any others that you feel are not enforceable? The next one is the lead. I think we've talked about lead a little bit, and we can come back to that.
And the relocation assistance, I don't know if there's a mechanism in place the way there is for the housing or not.
I think there's pretty standard procedures for that, at least in the housing arena. This would be relocating, I presume, small businesses or something.
I think staff said it could be conditioned to the project. I would just ask our attorney if he thinks that would work.
What is the specific question?
The specific question is, I had some concerns about the relocation assistance for the displaced, and staff had mentioned it can be a condition to the project, and that in the housing arena, there already is law that requires relocation.
Correct.
And so would that be able to apply here too, using the conditional process?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, practically speaking, I have a lease on the space, and you can't do anything because I've got the quiet enjoyment of my lease for 5 years. So if you're going to ask me to break the lease, then I'm going to negotiate with you to move me, and that's a business discussion. I guess if you're going to incent the applicant to provide additional or mandatory, if they're going to choose this, right? So if they choose this bullet to get their 10 points, then they're committing to helping. But again, it's hard to monitor if they actually helped or not, or is it just a negotiation on the break of the lease?
Right.
So it's another hard one. I like the intent, but I don't know how we can, I'm just using that filter of can we even enforce it? Don't know. Your definition of assistance and mine are going to be different.
Right.
So I
I
love the
see
spirit.
that.
I love the spirit of it, but my concern is how do we, to your earlier filter, how do we monitor the fact that the applicant and the tenant are treated fairly in a business? I just don't know how the city can.
Is it right thinking to think that we put in this specific plan as a framework for what we'd like to see achieved, and that we rely on staff, the director, to create policies that implement this, and they come back and say, here's how we interpret financial assistance to this?
That's fine. I was just thinking to Commissioner Ryan's statement, can we really find a way to monitor this? I don't know how we could do that, but if we can, I like the intent, that makes them
I mean,
participate.
the only other option is if you scrap this as a community benefit and call it a design guideline instead, and leave it to the discretion of the director of planning as to what they points are accrued and how they're applied. But we could leave it as a design guideline rather than a benefit. I mean, it is a benefit if, they give art or seating or different things. Sure, that's a benefit. But maybe a better name for this document is community guidelines, or specific plan guideline, design guideline. I mean, we already have quite a few things put into the guidelines.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I am somewhat in favor of leaving it and allowing the staff to create a policy to implement that.
That's fine.
That's fine.
Look for consensus on that.
Yep.
Okay. I would maybe amend my earlier comments about LEED. It does say it needs to be LEED Gold, not just any LEED. And it does say that they just need to show the application that they are building it to that standard, but they don't actually have to achieve or produce the certificate, which does take some time. So I'm comfortable with the LEED thing because I think they can show that during the permitting process.
That would then burden the the building department to cross-check LEED standards?
I
Because
think.
LEED standards might change and our code might not.
No, yeah, this would be nothing to do with our code.
Okay.
I think they would submit the application that they've made to LEED, and I think LEED provides some sort of like, we use the term deemed complete here a lot, right? I think there's something that would show that they were at least on the right track to achieve it.
All right.
And buildings that are LEED certified get a plaque and so on. They get, a verification from the agency.
I'd put the Greenpoint rated in that same category.
I'm not familiar with Greenpoint. Is that a
It's
competitor?
just an alternate,
Okay.
a different program. Any others?
Well, I've got a couple, just comments, but I didn't know if we were going to add more filters and go back through.
Well, yeah, I guess these were the ones that we think were not enforceable down the road.
That's right.
Bob, you have concerns about some of them now.
No, that was, under that filter, I think we went through.
Okay,
them.
I was asking, what's the next filter?
Oh, I think I'll hold it. It was just talking about in terms of priorities and assigning points, square footages and things like that, but that's probably a one by one if that's how we're going to go next.
My biggest concern was the for sale housing and the number of points that I thought you would achieve, like you'd achieve every benefit with 3 houses, 3 units.
Right.
The rest of them seem like they're all kind of 5, 10, 15 points. You'd have to at least do 2 of them or several of, more than 1 or 2 of them to get to the 60 points to get that parking reduction. And unless we actually increase that parking reduction substantially, it's a pretty modest benefit, so.
Yeah, I was just, my only thoughts were thinking of the climate action plan and thinking of other components of our city for community benefit. And I was hoping, I looked at the application of the hotel and they were only required 2 EV chargers and they're going to put in 6. So they're taking it upon themselves to add more. And to me, that would be ideally, to me, things like a bike, so more charging stations for more points. To me, that is fitting with our climate action plan. The other side of that is on the bike lockers, I think I saw the hotel only have to have 2 bicycle lockers, or 2 bike storage, or 2 bike racks. I'm like, but we're also trying to get people out of their cars. So I was going to try to increase the points for things like EV chargers, things like the bike lockers, because that would reduce our greenhouse gas emissions and increase walkability and getting people out of their cars. So really, for me, it was maybe increasing the incentives to try to match our collective goals. And I was going to take the position, honestly, that those were more important than putting points for public art. That was just my position. Might not be everybody's position, might not be the most popular position, but things like daylighting the creek I thought were important for bird habitat and natural things. So to me, that was an important
In what way
point.
were you suggesting that it be presented as more important than another?
By offering more points to trying to achieve that. So if you were to, like for instance, daylighting 60% of the length of the creek gets you 30 points, well, I was going to make you get, 80% of the creek daylighted, because that was important. I think the city council talked about that, and you might get more points for that. So clearly, that was my perspective, was really just kind of trying to match up the community benefits with the existing plans within the city. And while public art and open space is important, and connecting the paths are important also. So connecting the paths, if any, was walking. Bike storage facilities or bike lockers or bike racks would get people out of cars. And then, of course, EV charging stations would get people to drive electric vehicles, of which by 2035.
Definitely that you can put an importance on some of them, but you have to consider the cost, that the analysis that they did to create the point system.
Well, that was what I was kind of concerned about, is at the end of the day, what was, the points per staff were kind of 60 and 90 points. Like, well, really what was there, once it was all done, did we go back? And I think we have to go back into Commissioner Ryan's position, is like, well, what points do we allocate to each of these, and what's the most important to the Planning Commission? Everybody's going to have their different opinions. Glad to talk about them, but I think we're talking about changing the points based on the incentive of what we think is important.
Okay, so I heard, just to get to it, is there a sample language is there a support on the commission for adding language for points for added bike storage or added EV chargers?
We have them on here. It's a question of just increasing the points available to them.
Can you tell me what number those are? I see the EV charging, 5 points for every level 1 charging station.
Right, and then there was 10 points for every level 2. So I guess my specific statement would be to increase the points for those, and then for the bike locker, to increase the maximum points from, up.
Are you talking about increasing the 5 and the 10?
Well, I guess this
You
goes
see what I'm
back to,
saying?
I don't want to increase everything unless we look at things in total. How many points are we still focused on? Are we going to still focus on the 90? And if that's the number that everybody's going to focus on, then to go back and look at the points allocated for the ones that remain.
I would suggest maybe that we think of a gradient of 5, 10, or 15 points.
Okay.
And so 15 points would be the most desirable or priority, and 5 would be a little knockoff bench or something.
For each category. So 5, 10, or 15 points for each category?
No, I'm just saying as we go through here, like public art is 5 points. That seems appropriate to me. Under that system, you would still have to provide
Looks like
3 or 4, unique items to achieve the parking reduction in there. And that seems appropriate to me without having to adjust the back end scale, So that's kind of where I'm thinking, that we don't try to recraft the point system, but just say, are there any of these items that we feel like getting too many points for one thing or not enough, right? And you're saying, let's just move the bike storage ones from 5 and 10 points to 10 and 15 points?
Yeah, I think in essence, that's what I'm asking. Number one, I just need to know what number we're starting with. Are we starting with 90? And if that's the number that we're going to start with, because we're not changing anything, we'll start with 90. And then at that point, we can discuss which one.
Yeah, to have a fixed point, I think we'd do that.
Okay, that's fine.
I would support saying 60 and 30 were the two things, right? So for, people will look for 90 points. To get 90 points, it seems like some combination of points, and maybe the biggest point thing you get is 15 points for something, so it means that you can't just do it in one fell swoop.
Like the housing would have showed up.
And we've already struck the housing and the
Right.
financial assistance were
For
15,
example.
they were 20 and 30 points each.
Right. Okay. Got it. I agree.
All right, so is there, you've mentioned the bikes, and I would support increasing them to 10 and 15 points instead of 5 and 10 points. Or, I'm sorry, that's the EV charger.
The bike
And-
ones are in two different places.
Yeah, there's the
Maybe-
branded bikes, which I thought was just more of a business decision. I get it's a
Right.
nice aesthetic, but I was just trying to get the bikes. That's all.
I guess I don't understand branded bikes. What was the branded bike? Branded bike rack versus bike locker? So I guess those are two different things. The locker is an enclosed
Your
space
locker
in it.
encloses the bike, and the branded says, I presume it says City of Encinitas on it, or does it say the building's brand?
Excuse me, Chair, I think staff may have a comment.
Sure.
I just wanted to
So,
clarify.
I think maybe if you wanted, staff, if you would like to reorganize it in any way, maybe grouping things that have environmental goals that are in sync with our climate action plan for reducing emissions, such as the bikes and the EV charging and all of those kinds of things that are green, would be a good way to go if you're going to reorganize it. Or the lead rating and the green, that's also part of that same area. Things that are reducing emissions, basically, that we see as part of our climate action plan, maybe could be grouped in this.
Staff had a comment to make about one of our earlier discussions. Could you complete that thought?
So to clarify on the bike locker comments, those are 5 points for every locker that's proposed, and they go up to a maximum of 40, which would be 8 lockers. So if you wanted to increase anything, it would be the maximum points on that one rather than changing the metric from 5 to 15.
Got it. So we're talking about, all right.
And then I was just going to clarify, the bike locker is for storage, protected storage, and then the bike racks are much more for the sort of aesthetic branding, character related.
When you guys are going through, I don't know if we need to do this or just rely on staff to do it, but maybe organize the things so they're together, to Susan's point. So art's all in one section, and then bikes, EV, just so as you're reading it, you're kind of staying within the same realm.
That brings up a really good point. So if they did the reorg, green, bikes, EV chargers, or however it gets lumped, do we then want to say, well, you only can pick 2 or 3 of these? You can't do them all in one section because we want you to do art or does it matter?
I wouldn't go that
Okay.
far. This is all a voluntary program, and,
Sure.
and we, in theory, will be happy if they choose to do
One of them.
any of them,
Yeah.
right?
That's right.
So the reorganization, I would rely on staff to group them in a way that they felt was consistent with maybe broader subheading or, headings of it, but I'd rather not get to that minutia tonight, trying to organize them. I do think maybe to the bike locker thing, if you can get a maximum of 40 points, do we feel like 40 points is?
Seems a little high. I'd rather have them, in the back of my mind, I'd like to have, let's just say, 3 of these. That's 30, 30, 30, right? To me, we're getting multiple bites at the apple. We're getting different kinds of things, and it gives the applicant some flexibility of art or storage space or creek or chargers. So I kind of agree that we probably should put a cap on it, but I guess maybe my thought was it's easier to get to the maximum. So if the maximum, we'll just say for discussion, bike lockers is 30 points. Well, getting to 30 points can be done by getting 3 lockers. That's great. We don't have any lockers now. Now we have some. Bike racks. If you put more bike racks in so people can come, then you get points for that. But you can't, to your point earlier about the housing, you can't get it all at one. So does anybody feel comfortable and maybe limiting, unless we incent the ones we really want? And I just don't know if we want to get to that point level.
I like 30 as the maximum for the bike locker.
I do too.
That's simple as that.
Do you guys want to change it from 5 to 10, so it'd only be 3? Or do you want to have them do 6 at 5? I'm okay with the 5 points, and they have to do 6 of them in order to get to the 30.
Yeah,
I would agree.
That's fine. It achieves, thank you. Just trying to.
Are there any others that stand out as being?
If we're going to talk about the bikes, the bike rack isn't very specific. A bike rack could hold 20 bikes, or a bike rack could hold 4 bikes. So,
What's the
what's
definition in the code for
a bike rack that holds 4, and we're also giving 10 points for one that holds 20? I mean, that's a question, you know.
So may we refer to number of bikes instead of a simple bike rack?
Does the code define a bike rack as 1 bike or attached to it, or 3 or 4? Does it?
I would say it should have to hold a minimum of 4 bikes, minimum, to get the points for, minimum of a certain number, a minimum of 4 bikes or 8 bikes or whatever number, But I think they should put a number on that bike rack as to what size it is.
The common open space?
Totally cool
I'm
with
sorry,
staff
maybe just
deciding.
Let's
You know what that
complete,
number is?
Yes,
complete the bike rack.
Sorry.
We could either refer to only the number of bikes, and you get 5 points for every,
6 bikes? I mean, what's a standard bike rack?
I don't know.
well, I don't think there is a standard bike rack. I mean, there's simple loops.
We kind of want them to
Right,
pin
right.
everything down in a quantifiable way. Because
What if we got 5 points for every bike, basically a point a bike? If you provide bike racks for 5 bikes, you get 5 points.
That works, and you have a cap of 15?
And you cap it off at 15.
15, okay.
Right. I mean, it's a number to start with, and if it needs to change, at least
We can modify
it's
it later.
quantifiable.
Yeah.
I thought the common open space on the first one was
some
300.
things will be covered by code anyway. Cal Green will kick in when you have a certain size building, you'll have to provide those bike racks. But in this case, their list of community benefit, it's a branded bike rack so that it somehow connotates, that it's an Encinitas, El Camino Real specific plan type bike rack.
On the bike racks, are you requesting that the maximum points be increased to 15 and then the bike racks accommodate a minimum of 4 bicycles, just for the record?
I thought it was 5 bikes.
I think it's basically a point for every bike that you park on a rack. So if you have a bike rack that accommodates 5 bikes, you get 5 points. And you can combine those up to 15.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah.
And this is, of course, in addition to the code. Everything's in addition, so we're trying to get more bikes.
I think we better leave staff flexibility to adjust, because I think those bike racks might come in even numbered slots. So let's just give you that flexibility, right?
Yeah, thank you for clarifying.
On the common open space, I just thought 10 points for 300 square feet was a little rich. It's not that big of a space. It's almost like, you could barely put a fountain in 300 square feet. So I was suggesting 500 square feet as, at least a reasonable size, and I'll leave it up for comment. Is that a reasonable size for a public open space? It just seems like I need something that I'm going to go to. And
Not just like an alcove? You want more
yeah,
than-
exactly, stuck over in the corner in the shady part. So any suggestions on how many square feet people are
How many
comfortable
points
with?
are we talking about?
I'm sorry, this is,
Points for every, right now it's 10 points for every 300 square feet, for a maximum of 30.
so I need you to, your design hat on.
It feels kind of fine to me
300 seems fine?
for 10 points. And
Well, I
you
was
can
trying to
only
make-
you could get up to 900 square foot patio or plaza.
I was just hoping that he wouldn't do 300 square feet. Like, see over there, that little,
Well, we're talking about trying to create a sense of pedestrian scale and intimacy in a 300 square foot alcove off the sidewalk, or a corner plaza or something like that can be, with a cafe table, a seat wall or something can be.
you think that can get done in 300 feet?
Yeah.
I don't have a concept. It just seemed small. All right. I'll lean to, your design capabilities. It just seemed small. And 30 points maximum, everybody okay with that?
Yes.
Yes.
And we hit the charging stations.
In general, commercial space doesn't provide us much open space to begin with, so we want to make it appealing to them to give open space. So I think that's why they chose a smaller number than 500. But I mean,
I'm not a designer.
Yeah.
It just felt small. But if they put it all into 900 square foot one, that'd be great.
you have to remember I sat on the task force, and the developer type people who attended had input on this system. And so these things aren't necessarily from any one person's point of view that was sitting there, right? It came from, different perspectives. One person, environmentalist, another one, a developer, another one, a business owner, and somebody else, just a community resident on that task force. And so these things, they came out of those task force meetings because people said, well, after we have this list of things we want to see in our specific plan, they said, but how can we have people do them, actually? We can't force someone to put a bench or force someone to put a mural or whatever. So then the idea of a point system was born. And so then it's okay, if we have points, what's the point of having points? Incentives, right? And so there was this sort of, evolution or, progression. So that's how it got to be where it is. And so when they said 300, that's because somebody at that meeting argued for 300. So I just want you to know that.
No, it just seemed light, and I was relying on our commissioners.
It wasn't me, but somebody was duking it out over how many square feet.
I think that's an important point, and I appreciate you bringing that up, that there's background and history to why it is what it is. I think what we're responding to where we feel like it maybe feels disproportionate, but we weren't there at the conversation.
I didn't have any comment on the biofiltration system.
Okay.
Just to not leave a stone unturned. And
Actually pretty good with how it is, the way it is, because I think it was vetted enough by multiple parties already, and all of the workshops and all of the public comment that has come in. So public comment is very important to me because I'm trying to listen. I'm always trying to hear what people want, to see in what we do. Our decisions that we make should be a reflection of our community that we represent.
So in our conversations here tonight, we've been talking kind of about a maximum of, I don't know, we're saying 15 points per thing, but in this column, there are several items that have the EV chargers maximum 60.
Right.
That you could get all of your benefit in one swoop there. So are we saying that if we were to go down the maximum points allowed column, are we looking to see all of those top out at 30? Okay.
yeah, again, that gets us 3 at 30 if your people are going to use the maximum. So I agree that as much as I want to incent on the EV stations, I don't want someone to do that and not get us 3 bites at the apple. I think.
Right, they might have a big parking lot. and
Right, and
They
the
can easily
code-
make that work.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
So yes.
So are we suggesting then changing all the 40s to 30?
No, well, that's a good question. No,
Because there's a couple others on the next page that are 40.
Well, there's
right.
some
I'd like
60.
to get to
And
those.
then,
but
yeah, I'm
some
just
of them
going down
stay-
the-
Some of them stay at 15 because maybe we get 2 at 15 and.
Right. I'm just talking about the ones that are above 30. Like the
Yes.
extension of the Encinitas Creek Trail and the Paseo connection.
I think those are 40 because they're kind of a heavy lift
Yeah, I
in
do think
terms of
that's a much bigger ask
accomplishing them.
than
Yeah.
putting some bike racks out there, and I would support keeping that.
That's fine.
At 40?
Yeah. Scanning down, Paseo connection at 40, the dedicated small business space reduction at 60. I mean, I do feel like that's a fairly substantial financial benefit to somebody, to a small business or artist to be able to operate there.
The local public art doesn't have a number.
Yeah, and I maybe top that out at 15.
That's fine with me.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
What about the youth-oriented community space at 60?
I mean, you're going to give that up as a 1,000 square feet. They're saying 10,000 square feet. So that, there's mathematically, that's not really possible. To put 10,000 square feet times 3 for a max, you're not going to get any of it.
Right.
You'll
Yeah.
never get it if you set the standard so high that, so if you're looking really to have pop-up spaces and unique spaces, you're going to have to, given the size of the project, you could go with a percentage of the commercial space available, which would be variable based on the project size, versus a fixed, if you build 100,000 square feet and we say 1,000 square feet here, well, then that's kind of small.
I think they're kind of saying here is that they want this, they're going big, right? This is a skate park, a basketball court, indoor soccer arena. Feels like if someone's willing to come in and invest that kind of money into a big building, maybe they just get the 60 points. And I agree with you. Someone would have to put 20,000 square feet of building to get 60 points. So I don't think that's.
So where would we finish up on the dedicated small business rent? Maybe I missed, maybe you jumped down to youth-oriented community space, but the dedicated small business,
I think we were going to keep it at 60.
keep it at 60?
Yeah, because that seemed like a pretty substantial.
For 10,000 feet?
Oh, well, is that what it says?
For every 10,000 square feet, and my comment was, you're never going to get it, it doesn't pencil.
Yeah.
So why put something in there that's not going to be practical?
Yeah.
So that's why I was saying, do you want a percentage of the total project size as a number that scales with the size of the project? Because even if you did a small project and you say 1,000 square feet and I got a 5,000 square foot building, that's 20% of the building, you're not going to get it. So trying to just be practical
I still like the
here.
idea of a small incubator space of 1,000 square feet. And if they combined, 5 of them, they could get some
Scale?
but a significant.
Yeah, I just want to,
benefit.
I like 1,000 feet. I think you'd get it in a project. 10,000, you would never get it.
No, I agree with you.
So,
So if they provided the 1,000 square foot spaces and they provided 6 of them, do they get 60 points?
I guess, is there a maximum minimum, or is just 1 gets you 10, 2 gets you 20? And
Yeah.
you can choose your optionality.
Yeah.
I guess the question then is it a percentage or is it a square footage amount? Because again, I built a 5,000 square foot building.
I think it's easier as a fixed amount.
As a fixed amount?
Because envision just a cluster of 5 spaces or some combination of spaces, but we don't know what scale the building. Yeah, we're talking about a 100,000 square foot,
Right, small.
super center, and
Right.
and then the percentage is vastly bigger than what a smaller
project can do.
project might
Yeah,
do.
and the smaller project's obviously not going to be able to afford in a lot of this anyway, at a 5,000 square foot building. So yeah, I'm fine with a square footage amount. If 1,000 you think is practical, then
I mean, we did it on a project at 500.
Right.
You could go much smaller.
okay, then let's go with that.
Okay.
Let's go with 1,000 feet, and you get maximum of
I'm thinking it's we were saying
30.
10 points for every 1,000 square feet, so
Correct.
it would be up to, and with a maximum of 60.
That achieves what
Points.
they're looking for
Yeah.
in terms of the community.
Okay.
Was there 30 points
I
for
like
every
that
10,000?
incremental approach. That's
Okay.
great.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Susan. Chris?
Is that language correct then? 30 points for every 10,000 square feet of building space?
No, we
You should change that language.
it's 10 points for every 1,000 square
Okay.
feet, with a maximum of 60 points.
All right.
Where do we stand? I'm sensing we're getting near the end of this list.
Yep.
Okay. I want to move through things tonight, but maybe we need a break. or does anybody want a break, or do we want to move right to the next section?
I would love a small break.
Okay, let's take a 7-minute break and come back here 5 after 8.
Thank you.
Okay?
Oh, thank you.
I was trying to figure out a way to just get rid of some. all the fancy cars, all the guys who.
Couldn't even think at the end of that meeting. You know what I mean? It was like.
And I was trying to do. That's the way to go.
Oh, yeah. Now I'm cold. It was hot, now it's
sorry, we'll be right back. Susan, is your microphone working? Yeah, I got it. Can you turn your volume down because we're hearing the echo? Okay, we will resume the meeting. Thank you for your patience. Okay, so continuing with commission deliberations, I think we have completed the public benefits section of this. And as I understand, that was the final thing that we hadn't covered.
The last one for me was the contribution to ECRSP Community Benefits Fund.
Yes.
I thought that the buy-in for $20,000 to get seemed a little low, given the fact that we're talking about EV chargers and dedicated square footage for retail centers that could generate income, that's going to be reduced income. So the value of that seemed to be greater on those other ones, and you could get a quick 60, in my opinion, for a cash in lieu of.
Okay.
And anybody has thoughts on that? I don't have any, other than I thought that that was kind of low, and it was open to discussion on it.
Okay. I'm in concurrence with you if you want to suggest a number, or maybe just first step, is there a concurrence with everybody on the commission that we want to talk about that? Okay. So Bob, do you have a suggestion?
Maybe similar to the other incremental approach.
So would it be 10 points for every $10,000 contribution?
Yeah, that I like that.
Okay.
Thank you. And with the maximum of 60, so in essence, you get 60 grand is in lieu of, it's an in lieu fee, basically.
Right. 60 grand is not going to go very far for public improvements, I think, in the right of way. But
No, it won't go very far at all, but I guess if the community wanted some sort of in lieu fee, I just thought that.
Okay, thank you for that. Brent, any other final thoughts on this section of the document?
No.
Susan, any final thoughts on this section? Okay. I think I'd like to, trying to find a wrap up here. I think from my notes about last week, this was the only section that we hadn't completed. So we've completed that now. Does anybody have some general or overall thoughts about the document? Ultimately, we're trying to get to making a recommendation to the city council tonight, right? Either in favor or not in favor of the document. And so I guess I want to open up to maybe at a higher level discussion. Are people generally in favor or not in favor? Do you still have concerns about what the document says or doesn't say?
I'm in favor of, moving it on. And I think, did we finish with the negative declaration, the mitigated negative declaration?
We did. We finished that at the end of the last meeting. It was late.
Then we're good to go.
Okay. Bob, any thoughts on this?
My only, for the record, thank you for staff. This was a long process. It's taken a lot of arrows from lots of different people over the last 24 months, and you guys have done a great job. Thank you.
Brent?
No, it's a good document. It's going to serve well to guide the community.
Okay. Chris?
No. Move to approve?
I think I'd like to make a few comments, and not to throw a monkey wrench in anything here. I have to say I'm fairly disappointed with the document. I think we've done a thorough job of trying to correct it, and fine tune it the best we can. But I'm really disappointed in that it falls short of implementing a mixed use, vibrant area. I still feel there's contradictions in it. It discusses a vibrant, diverse, pedestrian-oriented space or district, but doesn't do anything to change the parking ratios, the FARs, the underlying land uses, and I understand there's kind of regulatory reasons why, and I think Prop A prevents zoning changes without a big election or a vote. So I will entertain motions. I have unfortunately reservations about this as a document. I find it basically locks in the status quo. I don't see it inviting new housing to come in. I'm not sure that new developers will come in and build storefronts facing the sidewalk and any of that stuff that I had hoped it would be. But I
have to remind you what Anna had said, which is that this is above and beyond our code. So they still have to comply with all of our requirements.
I think that's my problem. I see what our current code has allowed, and I hope that this would improve that condition. I don't think this will improve the condition.
We added contextual information to all of the design standards for it, which is part of the standard for the quarter. So that's an actual big win, rather than just saying that our general plan, this has its own standards.
Yeah,
I'm
just expressing, I think it fell short, too short, right? It relies on the parking rate. Parking is stated in the document to be too conservative and too much parking, but we did nothing in the document to reduce the parking ratios. The document says one of the stated problems was that there was too much single use of commercial and office, but this document does nothing to change the allowed uses in the thing. And I understand that that's maybe beyond my purview or my ability to change in this document, but I do want to express a frustration with the document that it falls short of where I really had hoped it would get to. And it falls short, I think, for other reasons other than the hard work that I know people and individuals, and Susan, you yourself, have contributed to it. So I don't mean to dismiss or diminish that effort, but I think your hands were tied. And this may be the best you're going to get, and I may support it for that reason, but it feels icky that it didn't get as far as I'd really had hoped it would be.
Because of Prop A, we have what we have. And so we can't change the zoning, and we can't change uses. It's just the best we can do, And I understand the frustration and disappointment level that probably we all share. But it's as far as we could get.
Yep.
And we did make considerable progress in adding things like, more permeable paving, adding tree requirements, street tree requirements, adding native plant requirements. So there are things in this document that will help this area of the city be a bit better.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that, and I appreciate everybody's efforts in this last week and this week. I would entertain a motion if there's no other discussion.
Yes, I would like to move to approve.
Okay, just a moment,
Real
please.
quick. I agree with you, Commissioner, or Chair. This was an opportunity for the last couple of years to take it a step further, but I think in the tone of my comments last week, I was between the Prop A and the definition of mixed use being removed by City Council, the opportunity to define this as a live, work, play, maybe not play, but maybe a live, work environment was pretty much eviscerated from this specific plan opportunity. And given the size of the area that we're talking about in terms of the city and the commercial zone, we're relying now on state housing density bonus laws to really create a mixed-use project on a commercial zone. And we've kind of lost that control by losing the mixed-use zoning definition, that we really could make a sizable difference.
Yes.
So we were nibbling around the edges. I think that's probably, unfortunately, the best we could do.
Yeah, and I don't want to prolong a big debate, but the state housing is not going into that area because there are provisions in that state law that make it undesirable to developers to actually use that law. So I've been involved in a number of studies and they never pan out because of some of the other requirements. We have, as a community, a real fear of the housing and the R30 sites. And if you liken it to our car being in a skid, we've got to turn into it instead of away from it. And we need to gain some sort of control. And doing that, to do that, you kind of have to offer actually more incentive to these developers than they can get from the state. And if they like your incentives better, then they stay with your plan and your heights and FARs and setbacks because they can still get a desirable project and they don't have to go to the state law. That's a soapbox, and I want to get off the soapbox and move on with the evening, but I appreciate your guys' work and everybody else's work who's put time into the document. I just wish it had gone much further than it did. So Susan had a motion on the table, I believe, and I would entertain a second.
It's a motion to move it to recommend this document to City Council.
Right, and there are notes been taken about the conversation we had tonight, and so we don't have to amend the motion with every
I'll second
edit.
it.
Okay, so motion and a second. I will call the vote if there's no other discussion. Okay? Okay, all the votes are in, and the motion passes 4-1. So with a recommendation to approve to the City Council. All right. Thank you, everyone, and thank you for your patience as we work through that. Oops, sorry. Okay, with that, we are moving on to item 8A. Item 8A is the La Costa 48, the Cove Design Review, case number multi 5230, 2022. I will start with any disclosures, and I'll start with myself. I have visited the site, and I would also disclose that the landscape architect on this project is a landscape architect who I've worked with. I have no financial interest. He has not hired me, or I have not hired him for any projects, but we have worked together, and I am familiar with his work. I don't think that impacts my judgment on the case, and I will remain on the item. So that's my disclosure.
I'll disclose I drive by this location at least 2 times a day, sometimes more, for the last
Don't say it.
over 20 years.
Okay. With that, I would like to ask Fran Carr, Associate Planner, to provide us with a staff report or presentation.
All right. Hello and good evening, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Fran Carr, Associate Planner, and I'm presenting the item before you tonight. First, I'd like to address a typo on the posted agenda and proposed resolution for the record. The applicant of the site is listed as Toll Brothers LLC, and the correct name of the owner is Toll West Coast LLC. The resolution document will be updated to reflect the correct owner name. The project proposal is for a design review and coastal development permit for the construction of 42 new single-family homes, site landscaping, trail improvements, and the placement of a temporary construction trailer. The site is located on 42 single-family lots addressed as 2004 to 2094 Pearl Street. The site has had the previous address of 510, 512, and 514 La Costa Avenue. The project site had several previous approved discretionary entitlements on site. In 2019, the application for a tentative map for the density bonus subdivision, design review for the grading, and environmental document were reviewed and approved by the city. The California Coastal Commission then appealed the city's coastal development permit and approved a CDP with additional conditions in 2021. The Planning Commission modified the 2019 approval to reflect the Coastal Commission revisions in 2022, as included as the attachment to the staff report. Density, development standards, including density bonus waivers and concessions, grading, and environmental review were established through prior approvals. That scope of work is currently under construction and not subject to further review. The project before you today includes a design review permit and coastal development permit for the construction of the homes on the project site. The design of the homes include 13 unique plans and 5 color and material schemes. The differences between these 13 plans are identified in the staff report attachments and include differences such as roof shape, door and window locations, building mass, and porch dimensions. The site landscaping documents are proposed along Pearl Street, La Costa Avenue, and trail improvements located along the rear of the project site. A temporary construction trailer is also proposed on one of the residential lots. The focus before you today is only for the architectural review of the homes, the site improvements, and the construction trailer. The 6 rear lots adjacent to the bluff, known as lots 12 through 15, 33, and 32, are not proposed to be constructed with the project scope and will be required to submit separate coastal development permits for the approval of those residences once proposed. The project is for the construction of the homes on the previously created lots 1 through 11, 16 through 31, 34, and 34 through 48. Lots 50 and 51 are 2 bioretention basins that are being landscaped, and the proposed bluff trail is proposed within a recorded trail easement behind lots 12 through 15, 33, and 32. The 2022 map approval identified that 4 homes would be reserved for very low income, protected under affordable housing covenant and agreement with the city. These homes are proposed within this project scope and are being constructed on lots 18, 30, 43, and 45 as shown on the site plan. The trail is highlighted in yellow. The bioretention basins are identified with this leaf icon, and the 4 affordable units have the purple house icon identified there. The project is compliant with the previously approved density bonus allowances as it relates to setbacks, lot coverage, and height, as well as the residential development standards for R3 where applicable. This is a selection of street scenes showing the plan elevations from lot 5 through 24. The complete street scene for the entire proposal is available in the staff report attachments. The project applicant held 1 citizen participation meeting and circulated 1 CPP newsletter to discuss the architecture of the project as detailed in the staff report analysis. In the meetings, there were concerns regarding the blocky architecture on a few plans that had flat roof elements, and those plans have been since removed. The newsletter was circulated to capture any feedback on the remaining plans as they had been adjusted as requested by staff to ensure compliance with the code and design standards. The additional comments from the CPP meeting and newsletter relate to traffic concerns, density concerns, and parking that could not be addressed by the applicant as they were addressed during the 2022 map approval and corresponding environmental document. These are not part of the project scope. The public notice was mailed out on August 9th, and staff received 4 public comments. Those comments included elements outside of the project scope and were addressed through prior approvals. In conclusion, staff recommends the Planning Commission approve the Cove La Costa 48 Design Review, multi-number 005230-2022. This concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions of the staff?
I just have one question. Well, right now, one question. So if there's only the 42 lots that are going to be developed at this time, but the trails that go around the second phase are going to be developed as part of the first phase?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Could you clarify the house of the lots that are the second phase? Is it lot 16, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 33 and 32? Or
So it's lots 12, 13, 14, and 15, 33, and 32.
okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Question is, all the roofs are dark. Is there anything in the design guidelines that encourages lighter roofs? I'm not as familiar as I should be, so I'm asking that question of staff.
So that is a point value on the articulation, color, and design matrix through our objective design standards and guidelines. It's an optional point value that they could incorporate into their project to get that point, and they have opted not to.
Not to. Thank you.
Are there improvements going along La Costa Avenue to the sidewalks?
There are, as required through the 2022 map approval, and those landscape documents are included in the project plans.
I have a question about attachment 9 in the staff report, which is kind of the street scene or the context renderings of the elevations. On page 2 of 2, there are two kind of street scenes that show kind of a flat-roofed house or two-story element. The two bottom images. Are those the blocky buildings that were removed? So these are older renderings, or are these current?
That's correct. Those renderings are on figure 310 and 311 are older renderings from the first submittal. These street scenes that demonstrate the different elevations of the lots, those are the most current designs. And yes, there are no flat roof designs within this proposal.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much. With that, we will ask the applicant if they would like to present the project. And what do we give that? Is that 5 minutes? 10 minutes? 10 minutes, and you can reserve some time if you'd like to.
Great. Good evening, Honorable Chair and Commissioners. My name is Spencer. I'm the new project manager for Toll Brothers for the Cove Encinitas project. Is there a clicker? Okay. We're here today to approve the architecture design, plotting, and landscaping for our 42 homes. Next slide. There's just a couple of items I wanted to hit upon and discuss, even though I think planning staff did a great job explaining the project. Next slide. Firstly, I want to give a little bit of detail on who Toll Brothers is. Toll Brothers is proud to be called America's luxury home builder. With 50 plus years of experience building luxury homes across the United States, we are proudly named one of Fortune's most admired companies for 2024. This is the 10th year in a row that we have received this award. I think one of the largest differentiators that I think that makes Toll Brothers stand out is that they go the extra mile to make our communities unique, but also trying to integrate into the surrounding communities. Toll Brothers is experienced in building in the San Diego area, communities such as Robertson Ranch in Carlsbad, Avella and Everly in Mission Valley, Stonebridge in San Diego. So we have been around the San Diego area. We actually did a project back in Encinitas a while ago called Encinitas Ranch. I think that was back in 2007. So it has been a while. We haven't been lucky enough to get back in the city of Encinitas, and I think this is a great opportunity to finally get our foot back into the city. At Toll Brothers, we pride ourselves in providing extraordinary customer experience distinctive architecture, unrivaled choice, and prestigious locations. Next slide. So the Cove Encinitas, I want to go over a little bit of the project overview, so next slide. So the Cove Encinitas is an intimate community of 42 single and two-story homes. Prospective buyers can choose from 13 distinct home designs with gorgeous modern farmhouse, coastal contemporary, and contemporary craftsman style homes. Exterior styles that would define the stunning streetscape and at this community. The home designs range from 3 to 5 bedrooms, 3.5 to 5.5 baths, and approximately 1,600 to 4,000 square feet of livable space. Each home has been thoughtfully designed to showcase the structural options ideal for the home site location to try to fit the Encinitas culture. Next slide. As you can see, grading and improvements have already started, and we're getting close to being done. The tentative map, final map have already been approved. Grading and improvements have all been approved. And really the only thing left is to start building homes. Next slide. So at the Cove, we have 13 different floor plans and multiple different elevation styles for 42 lots. Each floor plan has different color schemes, which will help make the street scene unique. We had an informal CPP meeting in 2022 and a formal one in November 2023, like staff presented. After each meeting, we have updated our architecture per resident comments as well as city comments to make sure we're abiding. This includes enhanced materials on all 4 sides of the homes, removing some designs due to height, differentiating the plane breaks to make the house less blocky per the comments we received. We have tried to integrate most of the public comments and all of the guidelines into our architecture to make sure that they comply. Next slide. We have some artistic renderings of what the community may potentially look like. See the entry with the permeable pavers and DG paths to allow residents to walk into the community from La Costa onto Pearl Street. Next slide. We have an inviting monument wall right when you turn into Pearl Street from La Costa. And again, we are hoping the city of Encinitas and the future residents will feel proud to have the Cove as part of their community. Next slide. The street scenes that staff presented, we have varied architecture, so they're separated by at least 2 homes, so we won't have the same plan right next to each other before being replotted per the design guidelines. And we have also tried to make sure the color schemes and materials are contrasting in not only the materials and the colors, so they stand apart and the community doesn't look cookie cutter, because we are trying to provide a diversified street scene for this community. Next slide. Again, the other few lots for the street scene. Next slide. So this is an example of one of our modern farmhouses. This is our Plan 1 of Visa. The exterior elevations and floor plans have plane breaks. So if you go to the next slide, you'll see, so we have these jogs in the floor plans, so it's not just one flat wall, it's differentiated with the plane breaks. This will help enhance and provide articulation and shading. Next slide. This is another plan. This is our Plan 5, a single-story coastal contemporary. We have enhanced the materials for the better curb appeal. The exterior materials consist of long-lasting concrete roof tiles, sand stucco, fiber cement board, dark exterior windows, frosted glass aluminum garage doors, stone veneers, wall tile. Again, this helps enhancing the elevation, so we have enhanced four-sided architecture and not just a front scene. Next slide. Again, another floor plans with open floor plans, nice structural options. This one's unique because we have a 90-degree corner door. Next slide. Again, this is the modern farmhouse. Again, different color scheme, so we'll help differentiate the street scene. Next slide. Again, another floor plan here. So one side note for Toll Brothers, we're committed to provide a building with 100% electric home at the Cove, so it's gonna be all electric community with no gas. We will have electric heat pump, HVAC, hot water systems, electric appliances, and solar panels. We are working through the building permitting process with the goal to produce a zero energy home, which is unique. I think this was a previous regulation that was appealed a while ago. But yeah, we're still moving forward with an all-electric community with no gas appliances. Next slide. Again, we have mast and braking, so there's not just a flat box. We have different plane brakes, recessed windows, built-up trim around the windows, so it's all differentiated. And again, showing multiple planes on this specific plan. Next plan. Another floor plan. Next plan. Again, different wood tile, different stone veneer. Again, large window panes, enhanced elevations all around. Next slide. Next slide. All right, so, and then one more slide. So at the Cove, again, 42 single-family homes, different floor plans, different color schemes, trying to fit all the city design guidelines. We think we've planned it pretty well, try to abide with all the rules and regulations. Next slide. And then that's about it for me. I feel like the architecture kind of speaks for itself. Thank you for everyone's time and consideration. We're looking forward to being part of the Encinitas community, and our team and all our consultants are here in case there's any additional questions that you may have. I know I kind of breezed through this, but yeah, we're here for any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions for the applicant?
In our design guidelines, do we have like requirements for a front porch? Everything seems to be that they just showed. There's no community, everything's rear focused. And so it's probably just a question of us, and I can clearly, after that answer, ask the applicant.
Yeah, it sounds like there's a discussion to happen
Right.
here. Yeah.
So I'll ask the applicant, did you guys consider any front porches to incorporate like a community system into it? Because everything seems to be, all the patios are on the rear. I didn't see anything for the front porch. So if I'm walking by, I'm never going to see my neighbor.
All right, so we actually do have a few plans that have a front porch. We just didn't present them. Off the top of my head, the Plan 2, which is one of the affordable units, has a large front porch area. I think there is a code requirement for a minimum size porch per the city guidelines, and we're meeting that for all of our elevations. All right.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any other-
No further questions. Okay, we will open up to public comment. Are there any speaker slips on this item? And if so,
Yes.
how many?
We have 5.
Five,
public
okay.
speakers. First, we have Gregory Deacon, followed by Dennis Caden.
Good evening, Planning Commissioners. My name is Gregory Deacon. I've lived in Cardiff with my wife for the past 11 years. After moving here, we enjoyed the area so much that I convinced my parents and my sister to move here as well. I'm here today to voice my support for this project. I've also had the pleasure of working for Toll Brothers for the past 18 years. 5 years were spent in Arizona, with the remainder spent here locally in the San Diego region. Over the years, I've held various positions and roles in Toll Brothers, and I mention this in full disclosure, but I also want to help describe how great Toll Brothers is and the team that I work with. A few years ago, I was part of the team that had the privilege of meeting with the Westons and touring them through our awe-inspiring model homes that we had built in Pacific Highlands Ranch. I remember talking to them about the communities that we build, the award-winning plans that we design, and the attention to detail that we build with. I also remember touring the property and envisioning the community of the homes that we could help build. And I want to thank the Weston family for trusting Toll Brothers' team with the land that has been in their family for 100 years. In my opinion, this project will be an asset and a benefit to Leucadia, the beautification of La Costa Avenue. And I also want to share the high level of interest that we've seen thus far in this community. So much so that realtors have tracked down my mother, tried to convince my mother, influence me to try to get them higher up on the interest list. This has been a first for me in the home building industry. And just for the record, it's something I have no control or influence over. So I just want to thank you for your consideration tonight. and would love for y'all to visit us during grand opening. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Dennis Caden. I'm here to introduce David Hill. You'll be hearing from him, and I'm urging you to give him all the respect and consideration for someone with his expertise. Mr. Hill has 55 years of experience specializing in project management for energy-efficient designs and construction in the industrial facilities and much, much more. He is a California Society of Professional Engineers. He's affiliation since 1977. He's a member of the American Society of Mechanical Engineers for 39 years, since 1985. He chairs the Honors and Awards Program for the Greater San Diego Science Fair. He's a member of the American Society of Heating, Refrigeration, and Air Conditioning Engineers. He's a life member since 1971. He's a member of the National Society of Professional Engineers since 1973. He is a California EPA-registered environmental assessor since 1986, and he has been very accurate in coming before the city for environmental issues. He's a member of the National Fire Protection Association and a board member of the Bataquitos Lagoon Foundation, and he chairs the Water Quality Monitoring Program since 2014. He's has HVAC certification program from the University of Washington, hazardous material management certificate program from the University of California, Irvine, and environmental site assessment certificate program from the University of California, San Diego. If that's not enough to impress you, Mr. Hill has experience in the following general areas: HVAC design and commissioning, industrial engineering design and commissioning, construction management, federal, state, and local code regulations and compliance. He has worked for TRC in Irvine, where he was senior program manager and commissioning agent for 20 years. He designed a water storm collection equalization project in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. The reason I bring that up is consisting of wet fume scrubbers for an odor control system for 2 5 million gallon sanitary waste storage tanks. He designed vapor emission recovery systems to meet the Southern California Air Quality Pollution Control District, and designed groundwater pollution recovery systems, I'll finish, containing sites for San Diego County with heavy metals and volatile or organic compounds, treatment to create a flow-packed bed trickling tower.
Would you
pH
get to the
control
conclusion, please?
For biofouling odor control treatment. Maybe after he's done, you could use him at that stink facility we have at the end of B Street and 3rd, and he could help us out.
Okay, thank you for your
Thank you.
introduction.
Next, we have David Hill with time donations from Teresa Ornelas and Scott Campbell,
Okay,
followed by Karen Caden.
thank you. And Teresa is here. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm David Hill. I'm representing the Bataquitos Lagoon Foundation. I'm a board member, and as was previously mentioned, I'm the chair of the Water Quality Program. We have been involved in opposition, I have to say, for this project for the last 7 to 8 years. We have appealed the project, and we also appealed it to the City Council back in 2019. And then finally we went to the California Coastal Commission, and they made the resolutions and changes. what I want to get to on this particular one, that CEQA, Section 15162, provides for an amendment, or what they call a subsequent change to an existing EIR that was previously approved. And that is taken under consideration primarily because of sampling that the Bataquitas Lagoon has taken. And we have a baseline that we took in December 2021. And at that time, outside of the western property, we had 3 sampling locations. And we had non-detects for OCPs. We had a slight Enterococcus, E. coli, if you will, that was not of any significance, not surprising. However, February the 29th of this year, after significant storm events, like about maybe 300 or 400-year storm events took place, and I've been out there during those events and watching the discharge outfalls into the lagoon. We sampled again on the 29th of February, and this time the analysis came back with high content, reportable quantities of OCPs, organochlorpesticides, as well as Enterococcus E. coli, high reportable quantities. And I talked to the San Diego County Environmental Health, and we discussed the project, and we were involved in the closure of the site to wrap up the project, primarily because instead of removing 6,300 cubic yards or 6,300 tons of toxaphene and OCPs, in the case of saving a lot of money, the developers decided to encapsulate these hazardous materials and bury them 7 feet below grade, beneath the homes, dig a big hole in several locations, and put them under the homes. And the deed restriction indicates that there is indeed hazardous materials down there. And the big question here is, and in my letter, I'm not sure whether you saw the letter or you had time to read it, that was sent to Ms. Fran Carr today, along with all the sampling data that we had taken in February the 29th, that shows all the information that would support the requirement for the application or the changing of the EIR as a subsequent EIR, again, under the CEQA 15162. So that is the basis of our argument that a significant impact has taken place. Now, interestingly enough, the project on page 7, findings on para 3 of the staff report, if I may quote here, that the project would adversely affect the health, safety, or general welfare of the community. And the project is conditioned to ensure that the public health, safety, and welfare of the community is maintained. Well, unfortunately, that is not the case. And that is what invokes Section 15162 of the CEQA guidelines. And that is what we, Bataquitas Lagoon, is presenting to this body for their review. And under those conditions, we quote the various sections in the staff report, and I just want to state, somewhat in conclusion here, that the Bataquitas Lagoon Foundation is of the firm belief that the attached water quality and sediment sampling analysis report of Bataquitas Lagoon, conducted February the 29th, 2024, and submitted to the State of California Water Resources Board as a bona fide California State Laboratory analysis of a sampling data. So it's in part of the record, notwithstanding the fact that the Bataquitas Lagoon is listed under the EPA and under the Clean Water Act 303(d) as a impaired body of water. And what requirements are, as per CFR 40, is the fact that you cannot pollute higher than what the body is already at. And therefore, you need what we call TMDLs, total management discharge loading requirements, which we have petitioned many times for the streetscape project for the city of Encinitas. For information, all that requirement has fallen on deaf ears within the city of Encinitas. However, so pending further sampling of the interface shoreline of the western property and the Bataquitas Lagoon by and for San Diego Coastal Office of the California Coastal Commission, until further evidence or lack thereof provides undeniable proof of an adverse health effect towards the health, safety, and welfare of the community, therefore Bataquitas Lagoon Ecological Reserve, we recommend and request that this body will initiate the requirement for an amendment to the existing EIR as per CEQA guidelines, section 15162. And I hope that you get a chance to read this at some point. But what we would like to maybe emphasize that had in the original EIR, the groundwater monitoring wells were installed, because at this point there is no indication or how those 6,300 tons of encapsulated hazardous waste would escape or leak eventually into Bataquitas Lagoon, whether it's 10 years, 15 years, or 20 years from now. There's a liability involved, and the city of Encinitas is on the hook for that, for approving. But however, we would not be here if those monitoring wells were installed. So I respectfully indicate in the letter that monitoring groundwater wells be installed in order to protect and ensure the integrity of the current installation or profession. What they want to do is to bury the hazardous materials. At the moment, there's nothing to protect or to determine the integrity of that waste.
Okay, thank you very much.
You bet.
The next speaker, please.
Karen Caden.
Could we have the follow-up? Is there one more after this?
There's actually two.
Two more? Could we have them?
Sure.
announce?
Erica Stidham, followed by Dolores Welty.
Okay.
Hi, good evening. I wish the Planning Commission did not move 8C in place of first to 8A. It has been 2.5 hours. And here we are. I'm probably the oldest one here, and I'm still here. Okay. The reason why I'm here, I was reading an article about Lennar buying the Navy shipyard up in the Bay Area. And they hired Tetra Tech to help regards to certain requirements they have to do to get rid of the toxic waste. Misleading by the Tetra Tech, and it went into a big lawsuit and got settlement. We're talking about probably about $7 million that had to be shelled out to the plaintiffs. So that sticking in my mind, we got to be careful. So here's my statement. Make it a condition to disclose to home buyers of any actions of burial of pesticides go to the extra mile. I heard that said tonight. Why not remove the toxic that's buried in the ground on this project? Protect, safety, health, and build less. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Erica Stidham.
Good evening. I live on Sheridan Road. Our home is adjacent to this project on two sides. Our home is one of only two houses that used to be about 5 or 6 feet lower ground level than what the Weston's property was. We are now about 10 feet below. They have put about 6 feet of fill soil. In putting that fill soil there, they changed the topography of the land that's been there for 100+ years. When we had those rains come in, and they had done no drainage, nothing to retain that soil, we watched as it flooded over the fence into our neighbor's garage, throughout her yard, into her koi pond, and upon further investigation realized it had caved in part of the slope going into the Batiquitos Lagoon, as well as a big cave-in underneath her retention border wall. So there's nothing under that wall supporting it. I pray to God one day she isn't walking in that portion of her lawn and it collapses because there's nothing underneath that wall. Coastal Commission came out, Toll Brothers came out and cleaned up her yard, but we've seen no change. There's been nothing done on that slope slippage. There's been nothing done to restore what is no longer below her wall, so part of her property is gone. There's been nothing to hold back the soil that is, it is a slope of soil going up about 6 feet behind our home. During that, I don't know if it happened during the rains or if the Toll Brothers did it, but there also is at least a foot of soil right up against our wood fence now. So we're not even at the, where the Toll Brothers is not even at the bottom of our fence. So then we back, or the Toll Brothers project has the, where the trail is going to be going. So there's a period that is about a foot higher than our property, and then it goes up about another 6 feet. To my knowledge, there's still been no drainage and no retention wall. Toll Brothers did take responsibility in cleaning up our neighbor's yard. We're just waiting to see if it happens to us as well. I find it very interesting that we were never notified of a meeting on 7/18/24, and neither was our neighbor. How do I know this? I collect her mail for her. We were never notified of the meeting on 11/20/23. I just learned about those meetings tonight up there, or we would have been here. I'd like to know what's being done to mitigate the slope slippage, the collapse into the Batiquitos Lagoon and into underneath our neighbor's property, as well as what's being done should we have more rains, keeping the soil out of our own yard where we just spent $200,000 putting in a pool.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Our last speaker is Dolores Welty.
Dolores Welty, Sheridan Road. What I had to say is very small compared to what you just heard. These things need to be taken care of. And it is up to you to see that they are. It is up to the city of Encinitas to see that things are done that do not harm your citizens. You need to stop this nonsense of allowing builders to pile dirt up. We had a big fight over that over on the other side of La Costa at one time. Dirt piled up so they could get a little peek at the ocean, and also into everybody's bedroom window that now lived way below where they used to live. It's disgusting. We talked a long time about the need to get rid of the pesticides underneath greenhouses, and you have never done it. You have never required it. It should be required, particularly when it's running off into the Bataquitas Lagoon, which is a reserve, for God's sake. I would like to know how 40 houses, 42, 48, can be built without a playground, without a place where the people who live there can enjoy the surroundings. How do you do that? You have done it all up and down Sheridan. I talked very strongly about that apartment house that's just finished down right off Vulcan. Where's the playground? Where's a place for people to gather? You talk about a front porch. What's a front porch if you have a patio or a, like the Mexicans do, some place where everybody comes, and you have a little place where people gather in the community. California has always built so that you're lonely. All your activity takes place in the backyard, and then you jump in your car and go someplace else. Thank God on Sheridan, people play in the road. We have people that have brought a basketball net in so they can, a little portable thing that they can play basketball in the road. And my own house faces to the back. I spend so much time in it, I think people on my street think I'm the Wicked Witch. Sometimes I come out and they just disperse. I have to say, it's all right, I like kids. It's ridiculous to allow development without thinking about community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Was that the final speaker? Okay. The applicant, I believe you had 2 minutes left on your time if you'd like to rebut anything, but you don't, it's at your discretion.
I appreciate everyone's time, but I'm pretty sure we were only about architecture. But I know there was definitely some concerns brought up, so we have our expert here from land development team to help discuss a little bit more about the slopes.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for your time. To speak about first the Department of Health closure letter and to the pesticides. So we did work with the Department of Health. We were involved in the voluntary action program with them. On August, yes, ma'am. On August 7, Toll Brothers received the closure letter from the health department stating that our activities on the job site were all in compliance with what was required from us. The DEH determined that the residential use of the property with these hazardous substances in place would not present a threat to human safety or the environment. And I know there was also concerns from the Lagoon Foundation, and they had reached out to the county on April 13th. The county met with them on the 27th, and then informed them that that the VAP was followed to the letter and that the county will be closing out the case. That's with regards to the pesticides. With regards to the bluff erosion, we are working with the Coastal Commission and the city and jurisdictions to resolve. So it is an ongoing process at this time. Say again? Any questions?
No, thank you for that clarification. One question.
I have a question. So Coastal Bluff, dealing with the various agencies, can you address the question from one of the constituents regarding the runoff against their fence and the erosion under their fences?
Correct. So there was a substantial storm, a 500-year storm event, and there was...
Please finish that thought. That's a question.
We did have some soil leave the site, and we made contact immediately with the homeowner, and we were there the next day, cleaned it up, made sure she was okay. It was in the interim grading period, and since then, the site has been graded to allow the flows to go to their per the stormwater management plan. So that issue has been addressed. Say again? Oh, sorry.
Okay. Thank you very much. With that, I'm going to close the public comment portion of the meeting and open it to commissioner deliberation. Anybody want to start?
I did not have a chance to read the documents that came in because they came in at 5:30 and I was driving
Here?
on the freeway and was probably not a good idea to be reading on my iPhone. So I have not had a chance to review the memo that came in and the correspondence at 5:27.
I think it's important to think, we're here asked to review, for a design review of the architectural plans and elevations of the project. The tentative map, the grading plan, the density, all of that information or issues have been discussed and approved through the original tentative map, right? So I hear the conversation about the lagoon and its talks. I don't think that is subject to what we're here to discuss. There are other venues, I suppose, that if they find pollutants there, then they can pursue that. But that's under the grading permit. I think we're here to discuss the design review permit and local coastal plan. Okay, we're not going to have a conversation across the room here, okay? So I'd ask for your courtesy to let the deliberations continue here. Okay.
So the question of CEQA, and I'm not familiar with section 15162. Do we need a review of that comment or statement? I understand we're only here for the design review process, and clearly if we approve this, then I guess the next level would be City Council, which would probably have an ultimate. So I just wasn't sure to our council, is that something that we address here, or is that something that gets addressed at a City Council level on a CEQA issue?
I think they can appeal our decision
to City Council.
To City Council.
Is that the process?
We're the decision-making body here.
Okay.
Issues about discharge and stormwater coming off the grading, that's associated with the grading permit and the tentative map that they're working underway, right? So I understand that there's been some cross-slope or cross-property drainage and all of that, right. And that's unfortunate. I'm glad to hear that Toll Brothers is working to resolve that. But the project is in process, right? So the final condition should address that. And if the homeowners don't think it's going to be addressed, they can go to the city engineer, review the plans with the engineer, and ask, how is stormwater going to be captured
in the interim periods?
Yeah, in this process and protected. So again, I think that's outside of the purview of what we're asked to review here tonight.
Through the chair, I can also explain a little bit more as to staff's environmental determination. We referenced that CEQA code section 15162 in our staff report, which essentially revolves around referencing the approved EIR that was brought to the city previously. This project scope is within that previous EIR. And 15162 essentially says that no new recirculation is needed if certain conditions are met, and staff has not received any new evidence that would require us to recirculate pursuant to that condition.
Okay, so any thoughts on the project from the architectural renderings that we've been shown?
I have a question about the objective design standards, and I remember I don't have it in front of me. I wish I had it printed out, so it'd be about as big as this. I know there were the tables that included common space, the uses of common space and getting points. Is that something that's part of this, or is that something that was already been approved as part of the prior approvals?
So the establishment of like public space, is that the question that you're asking? Yes, so that was a portion of the tentative parcel map approval included designation of the trail space, a designation of the bioretention basins as like a double use where they could also be used as park space. But as far as the land use for this project, it was for single-family homes, which don't have a like private open space requirement.
Okay, thank you.
I share one of the speaker's comments about community space and, all the focus on the backyard and all that. And I absolutely agree that spaces that activate the street and build community and all that are wonderful. I don't see an existing code in our documents that prevent this developer from doing just what they've asked to do, which is actually consistent with about 90% of all the development that has happened here in Encinitas. And it may be something that we want to correct, and we should work on improving that document. I'd be all for doing that. But it's too late now to enforce that on this project. I had several concerns about the project, and if I kind of go through a few of the things, I don't know if we're able to pull up some of the elevational images. If we could start with what was called the wave on Lot 8.
Do you have the plan number, perhaps?
I didn't write any plan numbers.
I can probably flip through it.
The wave is going to be a two-story. It's on.
Yeah, here we are. Mm-hmm.
Yes. Do you have okay, so this one here, the roof line over the second story above the garage is really troublesome to me. There is no visible support for the right side of this gable coming down. So we have this really awkward condition, I think. We have a column supporting the left side of that roof and no column or pilaster or wall visibly supporting the right side. So I find that disturbing and problematic from an architectural standpoint. If we could go to the Avisa and the fin elevations, this was Plan 1. If we could look, just that this is a 12-foot ceiling height on the house. It seems very awkwardly proportioned above the garage door. It's overly tall. They've filled in some transom windows on the entry door and the bedroom to the left, but the garage looks extremely tall, and I think it creates an overall large house, maybe overly tall in my mind. It also relies on some 1-foot offsets between different roof elements, and it seems like a very thin offset in my mind. If we could look at the bayside elevation, which I don't have a plan number for you, sorry. I think it's maybe the affordable with the porch. Is that the bayside? To one of your earlier, one of the public comments earlier, there are no windows at the ground floor facing the street, and this porch is really not activated by any interior space that would spill out to it other than the front door. And again, I just find that unfortunate and a missed opportunity.
Before you leave that one, on the east elevation, isn't there a code that requires, how big is that wall? Don't we have a window requirement to break up a wall in the design guidelines?
I think so. And I can't quote the...
I can't either. I just wanted, you've brought it up a couple of times in some other projects, and it just kind of sticks in my head.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe staff knows if there's a...
The Doria plan, or the Doria elevation? This plan has several different hipped roofs, but they're only 1 foot 12 inches separated from the main roof, and it'll be hard to even fit a roof tile in that distance. But anyway, the net result is that you'll be hardly able to distinguish between these distinct roof lines. And, you know, it's not contributing very effectively to the overall quality of that elevation in my mind. And finally, the Gallia elevations. I think this is a one-story house. Yeah, I'm looking at the entryway with the tall entry tower, but there's no, some of the other ones had a window up there or a punched opening or a vent or something, but it just feels like we built this extra height with no discernible purpose, or just feels a little disproportionate in its height. And then if we look at the rear elevation, the gable end, on the north, on the rear elevation, I guess the siding used up in the gable end, it just feels a little cheap and not very attractive to me. So I bring those up. I realize that this is a density bonus project, and if there's not an explicit objective design standard to prevent these things, these are not enforceable on my part to say that my will here supersedes anything. But I bring it up to the developer to say, I think you ought to look closer at those elevations and see if you can't make some improvements and tweaks to that to improve the aesthetic and the look of the community. Those are my initial comments.
If I could follow up on that. Which designs are the affordable housing units? Which plans? What about the name?
The Bayside and Coral.
And Coral? And the Bayside one was the one that had that...
Had the porch.
That little small porch, and then the kind of strange empty space to the left where you would expect a window to be?
Right. But there's a stairway there, I think. Or,
There's something, okay. And then what was the Coral?
there's Coral.
Okay, it's another no window one. I just feel like those are easily distinguishable as the low income.
I'm not as worried. I mean, I think it's.
I mean, it's a nice house, but I'm just saying.
But no offense to the other ones, I don't think this is any
comparison.
less attractive than the other elevations. I like that they've spread them out within the community, so I don't think they've clustered them awkwardly in one corner. So.
On that photo alone, the two walls, the east elevation on the Bayside and the east elevation on Coral, do those conform to the design guidelines in terms of blank walls? Maybe the applicant, rather than staff have to look it up, maybe the architect is here.
I can also speak on that. So there is a point value in our articulation material and color design matrix that states blank walls without doors or windows are less than 30 feet in length along every sidewalk, pedestrian walkway, and publicly accessible common open space. The applicant had requested points for that section, and I will, point out that the east elevations are not oriented towards the public walkway, so that they still can meet these requirements.
Bob, I think at the risk of being too much on a soapbox tonight, I think it just goes to point that you cannot mandate good design through an objective design standard, right? I mean, that you can write it to your heart's content, and there'll always be something that you can't describe ahead of time. So
That'll be a price issue with the marketplace. If the marketplace wants a dark room because there's no windows, well, then that's their business risk.
Okay. So
Thank you.
I started off maybe with a little bit of my rant and my issues with the elevations. I wanted to have said those if the developer is amenable to it, to make some revisions in the plans. But I don't have any deniable issues with the project, if I could say that. I think they've used their incentives and their density bonus rights to do what they're proposing to do. And so I guess just in the mindset of kind of moving it along, are there any other concerns or issues that want to be discussed? No. Okay. I'd entertain a motion if someone, or Susan, did you have a comment?
Well, I think all of the facades, almost without exception, are pretty blasé and flat and could use articulation, could use more work in terms of their design. I think that in terms of 4 very low affordable units, that's something we find very desirable in our community. We're low on those. I think that, are they all for sale, I believe?
Correct.
Yeah, 100% for sale is a good thing for our community stability and character. I think in terms of lot coverage and other design parameters, they look pretty good. I'm very concerned about the lot slippage, and I believe that it's indicative that the future stability will also be poor. I think that is outside of our purview. So, but I think it's a bit uphill in terms of the site development. So I would like to see this, the modern, the contemporary, the transitional facades have more detail, more articulation. These are out of the 42 units, if only 4 are very low, the rest are market rate, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So it seems to me at the current market rate, the developer could do a better job of making them attractive aesthetically and articulating the surfaces. Some of the 2-story surfaces are sheer. There was no change, no step back, no on the second level. And it's probably within the 2019 code that it was developed to. I think our code is probably deficient and should be updated to reflect better design standards for projects like this, better criteria. So apparently it meets standards, but design review, I give it an F. Sorry, it flunks for me on design review.
Okay. I would entertain a motion unless anybody else has comments to make. Okay. I would make a motion that we approve the project as submitted and leave it at that. Adopt the resolution that the staff has prepared.
Yeah, with what the parameters of what we're doing tonight, I'll second. Understanding that we're making a very specific decision.
Right. Okay. Any other discussion on that? Okay, I'll call the vote then. Okay, all votes are in, and the motion passes 5-0. Project is approved. Do we have to vote at 9:30 to start a new project, or? Yeah.
Hey, Anna, is that coming back again for anything else, or is that?
Not unless they make any modifications.
Okay.
Does his motion mean that it's just blather to talk about design and the changes that were suggested? It's just blather. He doesn't have to do anything?
No, he doesn't, because they meet the objective design standards.
So it's just blather what you say.
Okay, the next item on our list is item, let me find it, sorry. 8B. 8B is the La Costa Boutique Hotel, case number multi 002750, 2018. Tonight we have, I guess for any disclosures, I will disclose that I have visited the site today. And I will also disclose that the civil engineer is a civil engineer I have worked with in the past, but have no financial interest with in any way. And I am not impaired by my ability to make a decision on this. So with that, or any other disclosures to go?
I can just make the same disclosure that I do pass by this site daily, multiple times.
Okay,
I've been by the site.
thank you. All right, with that.
Yes, I've been by the site as well.
Thank you, Susan. Okay. Principal Planner Andrew Maynard has a staff report or presentation, please.
Good evening, Chair and Commission. I'm presenting the La Costa Boutique Hotel tonight. The site's located at 516 La Costa Avenue. It's just west of the I-5 corridor. It's adjacent to an existing gas station immediately to the east. The La Costa 48 is immediately to the west, so that would be the future single-family residence. And then also there's existing single-family just to the west of that, and then south as well. You see the existing conditions, the site you see in the north photo, and then the gas station off to the right. In the upper right photo, you have the existing southerly conditions with single-family homes. To the east, you're looking at the existing Chevron station, and then looking east to the bridge, and then I-5, and then also Carlsbad. And then to the west, you see also existing single-family, and then also some greenhouse operations that still exist along the corridor. The proposal before you tonight is a 17-room boutique hotel. You can see that overlaid on the aerial photo. It includes a public restaurant. It includes alcohol service for both the restaurant and hotel use, site grading and landscaping, and a monument sign. The site's located in the visitor serving commercial zone. Just to note that a hotel is permitted by right in that zone. It's also in the scenic visual corridor located immediately adjacent to Interstate 5, the cultural natural resources zone, and the coastal overlay zone. Includes 3 discretionary actions before you. So it's a design review permit, a minor use permit, and a coastal development permit. Design review is limited to just the architecture of the hotel, landscaping, and the sign. The minor use permit does not include the actual hotel use itself, but it does include alcohol for it and alcohol related to the restaurant use. And then associate coastal development permit with the other actions, and also the use of temporary construction trailer. There's also environmental information, which was a mitigated negative declaration. The first element I'll talk tonight is the design review permit. Just to note, the project was deemed complete in 2021, so it's not subject to the current design guidelines, but does follow a lot of the same elements. Overall, the design, the intent was kind of the curvular buildings and also kind of the design of the roofs was to capture some of those adjacent kind of uses with the greenhouses and other kind of similar within the community. The applicant had the design within many constraints for the site. So one is kind of the narrow and rectangular lot. Also, there's a 25 setback, and I noted that kind of with the yellow line in the photo on the left-hand side, where the applicant constructing buildings, it does allow off-street parking. So as you see, all the buildings shifted kind of east and then north on the site. They didn't do one large building, but kind of broken that up to where there's actual kind of recreation, kind of open areas for the hotel uses. It also allows for more landscaping opportunities associated with the use. Along the sides of the buildings, there is recessed elements with many different materials. The facade uses board form concrete, white and black metal paneling, and includes natural wood paneling too as well. And then you see the two different vantage points. So the north view is facing from Batakios Lagoon, kind of looking inward to the project, where you have the restaurant on the right side, and then some of the hotel unit rooms. And then on the right side, that's the southerly view driving into the project, a rendering of it. And then on the bottom left is a rendering immediately west. As you go into the site, the photo on the upper left is as you would enter the site. You see all the kind of the recess portions, kind of the natural wood siding again, that kind of carries through the project. Also, it's designed with impervious area for the driveway going up, and they did use decorative pavers in kind of the unique pattern. As you go to the right, you're driving more into the site. There's two different styles of the hotel units. And then as you go to the bottom, that's on the left is the restaurant use, and then also one of the hotel uses. You can see they integrated trees into the actual kind of driveway space. They also integrated vines that would grow onto all the different buildings to kind of blend in. Landscaping for the site includes a variety of deciduous and ornamental trees with shrubs, vines, and grasses. It also does include different types of fruit trees too as well. Overall, it's 21% of the site is landscaped, where the requirement's 15%, and 64% of that landscaping would be drought-tolerant native landscaping. There's a requirement for at least one parking space needs 5 trees. They exceed that requirement, and they're well exceeding trees in terms of buffering from the adjacent residential use to the west, and then also to the north side of the site, and that carries throughout the entire site. They have designed a number of trees and shrubs on the south side off La Costa, and the intention of that is, one, just to overall screen the site, also create some buffers to other uses to the south, and also will screen parking throughout the site. That's also screened through the use of the monument sign. So signage for the site, there's one monument sign proposed on the frontage adjacent to the driveway. That has been analyzed for site distance with planning and traffic staff, and it's found to be acceptable. The overall height of the sign is less than 4 feet, and then it has kind of the steel black kind of architectural elements that project up, which is similar to fencing carried throughout the site. Likewise, kind of the materials of the sign are also integrated throughout the project. Overall, through design review, the project does meet all the design guidelines. The next portion of the project is the alcohol component. So some of the key operational characteristics is it authorizes beer, wine, and distilled spirits with the restaurant use. It does require overall a bona fide eating establishment where the majority of the sales would have to be food sales, so that'd be at least 50% as a restaurant use. It requires RBSS training, so that would be for all managers and then also servers to not overserve. And then in terms of, and food sales would be available during all hours of alcohol service. They're requesting 4 different alcohol licenses. The 47 would be for the restaurant use for the beer, wine, and distilled spirits. The 57 would be for a caterer license for beverages on site, which would be used for the hotel use. And then the 66 is for distilled spirits within the hotel rooms, like a mini bar type option. And the 68 allows for a portable bar, which I'll highlight soon for within the pool area. So in terms of indoor spaces, you see it highlighted in the green for the overall site. The hours proposed for those indoor areas are 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. And then on the right, you see there's also allowed uses for live music, up to 5 musicians, a DJ or dancing related to the hotel kind of restaurant use. There's 2 designated areas to where that could occur inside, and then only one of those areas could be utilized at one time. And then within the interior space, if they don't have that, they can also use background streaming music. For the outdoor service areas for alcohol service, it's allowed from 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. Also allows background stream music in addition to kind of the indoor area. Alcohol service is allowed within the pool area and also the portable bar caterer area. Those are limited to hotel guests only, so there's actually key access locations to get into those particular spaces. Those overall outdoor areas are buffered, especially the pool area. It's buffered by the restaurant on kind of the west side. You got the hotel on the other side. You got landscaping. There's a number of also exterior barriers, which would be a concrete wall and adjacent to the residential use, in addition to all the landscaping I showed. Overall noise for this has been analyzed by ELAR Associates and found that in compliance with our municipal code, chapter 3040, and also our general plan for the use of the operations and during construction. This is also reviewed by our code enforcement division, and they had no concerns regarding the development, and also the sheriff's department. They had no additional recommendations besides the ones that staff included as part of the draft resolution. Overall, the use would be compatible with the surrounding uses. The last component in terms of discretionary permits would be the coastal development permit. It's overall for the construction of the hotel, grading, and also for the use of the temporary construction trailer. Staff's found this in compliance with our local coaster program. Overall, the project complies with all the municipal code requirements. It's well below in terms of coverages for the site, exceeds the landscape standards, and below our height limitations. The applicant would be required to do a height certification, which is conditioned as part of the project. So parking for the site, the hotel and restaurant uses, they're distinguished between 2 different parking standards. The hotel is for 1.25 spaces per room, and then the restaurant space is 1 per 100 square foot of floor area, and that includes the gross floor area of the overall building. Overall, the project complies with this. There was some public comments about employee parking. However, there's no standard for that within the municipal code. Overall, there is a bicycle parking proposed, so 2 parking spaces, which meets the code requirements. There's additional 4 spaces for motorcycle, which are highlighted in yellow. And then they are proposing 10 EV parking spaces, so if only 4 is actually required per the municipal code. They're doing 6 with the kind of changes on electrification. They're proposing as kind of design changes to be consistent with our climate action plan, additional that to offset a mixed use between kind of natural gas and electric for the overall use. And then there's 1 loading space, although they might not need the full size, they did design it per the municipal code standards. So public outreach included a citizen participation meeting, which was held virtually on August 24th, 2020. There was 10 neighbors in attendance at that meeting. They raised questions about traffic, street improvements, drainage, parking, trash collection, setback, signage, alcohol, and overall noise, and the applicant did respond to those concerns. Following the public notice, which was mailed on August 8th, 2024, staff received 6 comments, and those were forwarded to the commission. Half of those were in support of the project, and half had concerns. Overall, this is outlines kind of the technical studies prepared as part of the project, which incorporated for the review of the actual discretionary permits, and also the M&D. Those qualified consultants are in attendance in addition to staff if you have any questions regarding those studies. Overall, staff conducted an initial study for the project and determined that a mitigated negative declaration was required. As a result of that, staff sent out letters for what's an AB 52 consultation with the local tribes. 2 of those tribes did accept that, and staff worked pretty diligently to work on cultural conditions for the overall project, which are incorporated as part of the M&D. Following that, we did release an initial draft of the M&D, and that was from May 30th to June 30th, 2022, which allowed for a 30-day comment period. We did receive some comments regarding biology, some concerns about bird strikes and other issues. As a result, we had experts prepare studies to address those. Also, kind of some shifts in electrification happened at the time when kind of state mandates. So we did update the GHG study, air quality, and there's some of the overall mitigation measures. That was recirculated. All those comments are included as part of the M&D, including the responses to those. Overall, the mitigation and monitoring report is included as part of an attachment PC 26, and includes all mitigation measures for biological resources, cultural resources, paleontological hazards, and noise. And with these mitigation measures, the project would avoid and mitigate all potential significant environmental impacts. Staff's recommendation is to approve the project with the draft findings and conditions, and also recommends approval of the mitigated negative declaration. If you have any questions, happy to answer this at this time.
Any questions to staff?
I have a question about egress and ingress and how it relates to the La Costa 48 in the Chevron station and the freeway.
Yeah, so access for the site right now is proposed as a left-hand turn in and out, and they could also do a right-hand turn in and out.
Okay.
Overall, there will be a striping plan that will be reviewed through kind of final construction documents and may need coordination through Caltrans as well.
Okay.
Was a retaining wall between that and the cove discussed?
There's no retaining wall proposed. There is a 6-foot CMU wall that's proposed as required by the code. Overall grading for the site is actually fairly minimal, just a few feet in terms of cut and fill for the overall site. There is some on the north side, some fill that just needs to be recompacted, but overall it's really minor for this overall site.
Is there anything in the report talked about the lagoon? We've heard some comments on another project earlier tonight. Do we have any setbacks, or is that addressed? There are a lot of documents. I think I saw it, but just want to ask you the question with regards to the lagoon.
So there actually is, it's kind of different from La Costa 48, that there's actually a buffer between this project and the lagoon, or it's the Caltrans right away. But it was analyzed in terms of the biology study, and there's mitigation measures kind of incorporated as part of that, and drainage was also assessed in terms of.
So there's a right-of-way, so the north end of the property ends, and then the Caltrans right-of-way begins, and then the lagoon?
That's correct, okay. Yeah. It's pretty extensive. It's at least several hundred plus feet or whatever.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
difference.
Okay, thank you very much, Andrew. Did you have a question, Susan? Okay, I see no other one more question, sir.
Point of clarification, the project was submitted before the VMT guidelines were adopted, is that correct? So are we going on the prior, so that's the question.
Correct, yeah, it was adopted prior to the adoption in 2021, so it is subject to the previous standards, so it was analyzed by those, and is considered overall a small project. It was reviewed by actually 2 traffic consultants, so one initial one, there's a peer review of that, and also reviewed by our traffic division.
Yeah, that's right, so they did a follow-on memo that almost addresses the new code, didn't they?
It's pretty close,
It's
yeah.
pretty close, yeah. Thank you.
So one more question. So the plan doesn't, they're not asking for a valet permit?
They're not, no. It would be just just standard parking where customers would pull on site and park.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we are at 10 till 10. We cannot continue past 10 o'clock without a motion to do so. A lot of people have been here a long time. Yes, I am leading up to that.
I would make a motion that we extend to 10:30.
10:30?
I'll second that.
Okay. And do we think that we're going to get this done by 10:30? It would
Yes,
at least be a
I-
logical stopping point, I guess, if we
Yes.
get through public comment and applicant comments, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I have a motion and a second. Can I call the vote? Okay, that motion passed 4-1. Sorry, Chris. Sorry, all of us, really. I don't want to be here either. Okay, we completed the staff report. If the applicant is here and would like to present their project, you have 10 minutes.
I want to be here.
Yeah. I don't think any of us want to.
Oh, thank you, Andrew. Good job with that. I'll keep this quick. I wish I had some fiery juggle balls to wake everybody up, but we'll do our best here. Thank you, Andrew, for pulling that up. First, obviously, gratitude. We're really appreciative of the opportunity. My partner and I, Eric Gilmer back here, have been part of this community for a long time. I say that with a little bit of a wink. This has been a long slog, but we're super excited to be here. I appreciate your time, appreciate the city's time, and we're really excited, not only as the design team and the applicant, but also hopefully someday a user of the space. And I know fiercely that this will be a fantastic community amenity. One quick touchstone: my kids grew up, learned how to ride their bike on Sheridan. That's pretty cool. So that's when I first discovered this property, walking, driving by. And I thought, God, there's no way this can be a 70-room hotel or Starbucks. So Eric and I grabbed it up and started our slog. But we're keeping it positive and enthusiastic. We love the neighborhood. We both live there. We can go to that next slide. We live North Leucadia. It's our home. It's where we spend all of our waking time and then some. Some of the waking time is here, but that's okay. We're passionate about design. We're passionate about architecture. We're interested in community planning. We're engaged. We commit a lot of our resources to Summer Fun on the 101, Leucadia 101. Sorry, Andrew, can you bump back real quick? I want to show you guys a cool slide. The opening, yeah. See the Roy's Market right there? That's our office on the 101. Another cool little touchstone. He was eclectic, a word you'll find in our design guidelines, and kind of serves as a bit of an inspiration for us. He was a lost leader, and he really wanted to, engage the community with, sort of free creativity, and gosh, that's just what makes a community, special. If you look at sort of the characteristics of what we're surrounded by, it's hard not to notice that eclecticism. So we're excited to add to it. Sorry about that, Andrew. We can bump to the next one. So yeah, we live and work here. We've been here for, Eric, probably 20 years. I've lived here. Our business has been here 15. We're not going anywhere. We intend to own this with care. And we, I think we have a good track record of operating our businesses and our, family lives, to the Encinitas standard. And our goal is to enhance that. Quite honestly, that's what we're in business to do, and we're really fortunate to have a thriving company doing so here in town. Quick note, I think I mentioned earlier, there were a lot of proposals that went through SAC meetings. Now we're talking about almost a decade ago. This has been a while, but they were not pretty. They were underground parking. They were 70 plus units. There's 70,000 square feet of buildable area on this. If you include some, non-FAR subterranean space, which is pretty easy to do with the kind of money that's moving into town, especially in, ironically, on this La Costa Avenue. Who knew? Alila wasn't a thing when we bought this. It's just amazing. But we knew that was coming. We sensed it, and you can tell this image shows how sort of the scale of it is intended to be residential. We didn't want to have a big bulky building. We didn't want to have parking issues. We wanted to have a family-friendly sort of addition to the hospitality offerings. Now, so more than ever, a reasonable, affordable, family-friendly place with a quaint amenity. These are very small offerings. Keep in mind, they could be a lot bigger, and it's just not our intention. Which means, there aren't going to be a whole lot of buyers for this when it's approved. So it's going to be us caring for it. And if you've seen our work, we go for it. We mean it. We love what we build, and I think the community will too. And again, that our vision was pretty simple. The business plan. Rates are changing. Things are. The economy has changed. The environment has changed. Encinitas has changed. Leucadia is changing. On a point of, community parks, good on you, city. You bought Surfers Point. Are you kidding? That's amazing. That's really cool. I think that's just speak to some of the, the community character of being able to, roam around the north end of Leucadia. And now with this, there's a public trail, public access. You'll be able to sort of ride your bikes or walk to the view. Hopefully someday, if Bataquitos can secure the connection of the trail, how amazing would that be? We're willing to give an easement for access to allow for that extension. If it ends up happening all the way to Surfers Point and across the Ponto, we would be happy and willing participants for that. We've met with Bataquitos Lagoon separately, individually in person, by the way, and really strive to ensure that everyone knows that we're here with the best intentions, minimal grading. All of our consultants can sort of speak to some of the technical aspects of this. There are a lot. It's a big file. I get that. It's been, trust me, it has been thoroughly reviewed multiple times in some cases, code changes, city turnover, staff, et cetera. But we've stuck it out, and we're really, really excited to see this thing push through. I think the last slide is my wrap up. Let's just quickly play that, Andrew, to give everybody a sense of kind of what this is. I've already talked enough about the character, but visible from the street, you sort of walk in. The real design guidelines that we fell under are really only visible from our core, as you can see, sort of progressing through the space. We talked about the bike parking. We've talked about, plenty of customer parking. These units are all meant to sort of look and feel like single-family homes. Those big rounded units could lock off into a legitimate 3-bedroom home. And the cafe spaces are quaint and conversational. This is not a dance hall. This is not a hoot and holler, late night drinking establishment. This is going to be what you would expect folks like us to build after this much time and passion has been poured into it. And we do have private areas for the guests only. Andrew, the only criticism I have of your presentation was the viewpoint that you took of that elevation. That was more of a bird's eye view. You really don't see this project prominently. Michael Baker did a good job in his visual study, which is part of the M&D, which you can find in the documents, but you really just see the rooftops. this sort of oscillation of the roof forms, the airspace between them, allowing some of Toll's community to sort of see that light and have those, those foggy morning views or what have you. We're really careful about that. And then also on La Costa Avenue, it's a low impact. It's just, this is meant to disappear into the garden. And so we're working with a great resort hospitality landscape company dealing with, very localized vegetation plan, flowering vegetation seasonally. But we were really inspired by its, sort of like agricultural heritage. And as that's being peeled away one site at a time, these more complex buildings are more expensive, yes, but we do believe that it's going to sort of preserve that heritage that we're losing. And then also just, it's open to the public. So it's not as though this is going to be closed doors with valet parking and members only. I mean, this is truly open to the public, and we want people to sort of, realize this spirit of adventure and sort of remembrance to a time gone by. We didn't realize it would happen so fast. We really, truly didn't. I'll close with this. We work really hard to make sure that the projects are fitting the community, whether it's a single-family home or a small 3-unit subdivision. We'll be seeing you guys later this year, a bunch of projects coming up, and you'll get the sense of that. I think this one is really going to highlight it the strongest. So appreciate your support, hoping for a vote. Thank you for the extra time. I think 10:30 will do it. Thanks a bunch. If you have any questions, we're all here. Everyone stuck it out. They're wide awake.
Great. Thank you very much. Appreciate the presentation. Are there any immediate questions for the applicant?
I'm just going down my list. Why only 2 biking stalls? And we're close to the beach. You only put down 2 bikes, storage area, or bike racks, and you have to assume that your constituents will be going back and forth to the beach. That seems a little light.
Yeah, the first, I'm going to get the numbers wrong, but the first 5 buildings, I believe, all have gated yards, essentially, little patios where their surfboards and bikes will be locked away. So those bike locks are really intended for folks showing up to the restaurant or what have you. But the rooms seem big enough to accommodate that sort of thing. And obviously, from an operational perspective, we're huge on bikes. I mean, that's a no-brainer. Anyone coming here is going to need, probably a bike that we supply to them, probably in a more secure location, probably not, street frontage or what have you, probably stored away somewhere as part of our, amenity kit. But good question, and not that it was intentional by any means, but again, it'll be an operational decision as to where the bikes are stored and whether they're our little bikes that we supply, which I assume they would be.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Amanda, do we have any public speakers?
We do. We have 2. Scott Campbell, followed by Dolores Welty.
We had a short guy and a really tall guy. Let's get this thing working right here. Yeah. Okay. So I'm not actually super against this project, but there's a few things that need to get clarified before I can be 100% into this. Encinitas Citizen Review Panel did a little bit deep dive, and we're looking into this. So I hear this doesn't work anymore. Okay, so here's a little bit of picture of the site. It looks nice. A lot of changes have been done since the studies were done. We've had the Leila Maria hotels in. The bike lanes, we've had road diets, pedestrian paths have gone in, Vulcan stop sign, Sheridan stop sign, increased momentum for a walking path. All these have been changes since the plans were made. And in the upper right is actually a plan from the previous applicant, and there's no center. There's no center turning lane. Next page, please. So there's some project specifications. 17 rooms, 17 tables, that's 34 parking spots. There's 41, that's 7 left over. I asked the commission to get clarification on where employees are going to go. Are they going to park next door in the La Costa 48? Are they going to park on Sheridan? There's 16 units are going on one corner. I believe 8 are going on the other corner of Sheridan. Sheridan's going to be impacted too. I do believe the commission is allowed to use other projects in their considerations. The council made that. There's a couple of use cases. They talk about weddings. I would be really bummed if I showed up late to my hotel room and there was a wedding going on. I couldn't get into the hotel. I'd be really bummed. And then I thought of another use case, and I see this, and I think Commissioner Ryan probably sees this. Cars U-turning on Sheridan, doing weird stuff. And with the hotel, people out of town, there's gonna be more weird stuff going on. We need to think about this. Next page. Now, even more importantly, going on right now, there's a permit parking plan, a permit parking study. The Mobility Commission's had it. It's probably gonna come to you guys. And I ask you to get ahead of this. I respectfully ask this commission to read that Dixon report and get familiar with it. They talk about a good neighbor policy. I just brought up, where's the employees going to park? Where's the overflow going to park? If this is really successful and that restaurant is successful with 5 musicians, people from all over are going to go there and they're going to drink and they're going to eat. Where are they going to park? They're not all going to walk. They're not all young and mobile. This is a real issue. I have one more thing. Back to the permit parking thing. Next page, please. Item number 13, once again, you can consider future developers' role in implementation and management of new RPP zones. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Okay, thank you very much for your comments.
And Dolores Welke?
I come pretty late to this project, Dolores Welty, Sheridan Road, and I just wondered how much, is he leveling the property? From what I see here, it's all on a level, and that property has a hill, and it's quite diverse, so how much dirt is he moving? It's too late for that, I know, he's probably got his grading permit, but how much is he moving? And how's he going to hold it back from all the water and other things that we've heard about tonight? Thank you. Are you flattening it? Well, the restaurant is on a hill.
Okay, thank you very much. The applicant has a minute or two to respond to any comments you've heard, if you'd like the last word on this. If you would limit your comments to responding to anything you've heard in the public comment.
I think you're thinking of a different site. We're to the east of Sheridan, to the east of Toll Brothers, where it's a pretty flat property. We're not removing any buildings. We're not.
Yeah,
okay.
I was actually
Yeah.
the other way.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a nice property for you.
All right. Well, get back up here. Maybe you should change the color of your card. And then, the parking question. Hey, thanks again. I appreciate the almost support. We'll get you there. There's a lot that goes into that answer. The first thing I'll tell you is that it was considered. It's part of the ratios that are used for this use. It's a very small restaurant facility. Let me just get these square footages for you. Our indoor area is 890 square feet. So, I hope everybody in town wants to rush there to listen to the cool 5-piece and some good food, but the reality is we just can't accommodate it. The outdoor area is 345 square feet. It's bigger than the patios at Toll Brothers. Sorry, I had to go there. That was easy. So it's just, and again, the scale, it's so small. I mean, it's an intentional for us. We want to manage this, sort of, with our internal employees, and without outsourcing this to some corporate flag. It's just not big enough to accommodate those sorts of things. I mean, the staffing for this is going to be very, very small. It's 17 rooms. They're going to be accommodated by our, cleaning services, and there isn't like on-site laundry, and there's just not that sort of, it's not that kind of hotel. In hindsight, if we could remove the word hotel, find another, descriptor, it might be better, but it is allowable by right. It's what makes the most sense of any other alternative you can put on this property. If you're worried about parking, try to plop a 50-room hotel there and the traffic impacts. The alternatives, if this doesn't go on account of that concern, would be devastation. If that's not, it'd be a travesty for that property. That we'd have real traffic problems. We'd have, real parking issues. I just don't see that being the case with this small of a proposal.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, with that, I'm going to close the public comment portion of the hearing and open it up to commissioner deliberations. Bob?
I just have a series of questions, but they're really mostly questions, not heavy, but.
To us or to the staff?
Probably to staff.
Okay.
Oh, you want me to go? I wasn't sure. Let's see. Thank you for the EV extras, EVs. Thank you for the climate action plan. Appreciate that. Let's see. How do you, more of a question for Andrew. There's a statement made on page 6 that the light impacts on neighbors. How do we determine that light will not leave the property?
So the plans do identify the overall lighting and kind of samples. Everything's going to be downlit. It's going to be low voltage. We have kind of general municipal code requirements for that too as well. We didn't require photometric, which isn't very typical like this size project. But there's ways to also handle that. We do final inspections, kind of ensure in terms of that lighting is installed, and then there's mechanisms for code enforcement if there is spillover, that type of thing, something gets changed.
So you can see in their plans what light they're going to put up, and you're going to make it because of you, they tell you what light they're going to say, you can determine that it's not going to leave the property.
Correct, and then through actual construction documents, we get more in detail with specifications.
On page 16, is the parking lot permeable? It looked like there were pavers there.
Correct, the entire parking lot is.
Thank you for that. And is in the biology report on page 4, are we in a linkage area? I guess maybe the biologist can answer that question, but that's kind of the general question. No? And is that because we do not have a sub-area plan within the city of Encinitas compared to Carlsbad?
There is kind of that component, and then it is overall disconnected just because of all the other surrounding uses and everything.
Right, I'm just thinking about the linkage between the site and the lagoon in Carlsbad, and I think there was quite a bit in the biology report about that. But we don't have a sub-area plan that's been approved, that's correct?
That's correct.
So really, can't really do much about it if we don't have a plan to have to abide by. I think that, 5-member band. We've only been approving 4-member bands in town. This is a very small site. Roxy came in, well, not Roxy, it was the Beach Walk Grill. Came in and we gave them 4. It's a very small area. So 5 was a question I had, like, do they need 5? And then I don't understand if, Andrew, could you explain to me what the catering alcohol license is? I mean, are they going to be catering off-site? When it's like catering off-site, what is that?
No, so it would actually be physically on-site, and then it would be limited to the overall pool area. But it allowed a separate party to come in and cater if they wish to do that as part of events type.
So if they have an event, somebody can come in on-site, and that's what that license would be for?
That's correct.
Okay. That's it.
Okay. Do we want to jump into specific portions of this review, or does each person want to kind of give their concerns? I'm hearing Bob talk about the number of band members.
we can.
No, I mean, that was just something to discuss. I mean, it seems like a large ban for a small area. I understand they're going to have events.
Maybe we could hear from each commissioner and
Yeah.
find where some of our
That's what I got.
commonalities fall, and then we can discuss those in depth. So maybe just starting down at the end with Brent, any initial comments?
Overall, I thought the project was very representative of the area. I generally liked the design perspective it had. I think I had a lot of concerns I had were what the general community had. Is there enough parking? What about runoff? What it offers to the area as far as an impact. I felt like most of my answers got addressed.
Okay. Most? Good. Susan, any initial comments or concerns?
Well, it looks to me like they've done a great job in terms of the permeable paving and the landscape plan. I'm not thrilled with Quonset huts and the other buildings that are sort of identical. But I believe it meets standards and it does have human scale, and I hope they cover all that with a lot of green stuff. But in general, providing the extra EV spot charging is good. And the sustainability of the project is high. So I'm in favor of it.
Chris?
So I'm okay with a five-person band versus a 4. I think it's just going to be a matter of what a wedding party might want or something like that, because since this is a site that's designed to have events, small ones because the space is small, but smallish events. My question about the valet parking wasn't really toward having people who come to the hotel get valeted, but more if someone has a wedding there and they expect there to be more people, a valet service that parks the cars to fit more cars in the parking spots. I know a lot of restaurants have valets. My son works at one of those where they just have valets for the purpose of squishing cars in different ways into the parking area. And I don't even know if that's possible with the way this parking lot is designed, but that was really what my valet question was about to staff. But it's not, I mean, they didn't apply for one, so it's kind of here nor there at this point.
I think it's an exceptional design. I mean, I think if a project of this small scale can't come into our town with 17 technical studies and be approved,
Right.
it would be a travesty. So I would commend the applicant for the scale, and I see the quality in the design as it is. I have really great hope to see it built and operating. So with that, I'm really a big proponent of it. I would, to address your comment, Bob, and maybe to play on the band number, I think we did increase the Roxy or the Beach Grill because they were only asking for 2, and I think we said, well, we'd be fine with 4, but I think 4 was just pulled out of thin air, and if they ask for 5, I don't really have a concern. I think they'll just have less patio space. They only have so much space to fit people.
It's a pretty small site. I don't think they're going to be having an orchestra.
Exactly. I think there's a natural limitation to that. So I don't know that I would make an issue of the band size. I really don't have concerns about the parking. I think the thing we need is successful businesses that people want to go to, and if people can walk there or bike there, all the better. I do kind of concur with Chris's comment about a wedding. I think there's the potential of a substantial event that happens there, and I don't know that self-parking would do it, but and I don't know exactly what the remedy for that is. Is that wait and see if it becomes an issue, and then operationally they have to go get a valet, or do we try to condition it in anticipation of it being an issue?
So what is the process? So approve, and all of a sudden it gets busy. Is there a valet permit required? Is that something that Chris mentioned?
A use permit is required to do valet. You could condition the project should there be potential issues in the future that they explore that. Yeah.
a condition on the approval that if they don't have enough parking, they would have to come back. How's that
Anything,
work?
sorry, anything with a use permit, it's already built into a use permit, especially for alcohol service, that should there be any impacts to the community, that they are required to come back before the planning commission, and one of the resolutions could possibly be valet if that were to be the issue.
Well, I would expect they would come back if they realized there was an issue. They would come back and ask for it. I'm not sure we need to condition it.
I'd be hesitant to condition it myself. Okay. I'm hearing general consensus and approval of the project. If I don't hear any other concerns, I would make a motion to approve the project and adopt the staff resolution.
I'll second that.
Okay, seeing a second, I will,
Second.
thank you. I will call the vote. All right, all votes are in. It's 5-0 with the motion passes. And that does that. Okay, just because we are running out of time, I want to move quickly into our next items. If people could filter outside and continue our conversation outside, that'd be great. Yeah, thank you. Future agenda items added by planning commissioners. Are there any future agenda items?
Still waiting on the work plan.
Okay. So I was going to give a planning commission report, but I'll short circuit it to that we were at the city council last night, and they did approve the work plan. They did pull it from the consent calendar and discuss the height limit issue, and that was already asked that that be added to our work plan. We pointed out that was already on the work plan, but we have it as a long-term priority, and they asked that it be moved up to a higher priority. So with that, Susan, you've longed for some time to have this discussion. So I think what we would ask is that Anna make this an agenda item for one of the future planning commission meetings, at which point we can discuss which items on the work plans most interest us in prioritizing, and we'll discuss then about how to go about implementing the work plan. Okay? So anybody else want to add anything to the future agenda item? Okay. So having completed that, I'll move on to the planning commission reports. As I just said, the work plan was approved. I thought I had one other report. Maybe I don't. Any other reports from other commissioners? Okay. Secretary report?
I was just clarifying about the future agenda items, and typically what occurs is if a planning commission, a planning commissioner would like to bring an item to a future agenda, then they would bring it forth. So if somebody is requesting to bring something specific on the work plan to a future agenda item to discuss potential subcommittees or things like that, then I can work with that planning commissioner to get that on the next available agenda.
So I think the first thing is, thank you. Probably just need to get a copy of the work plan again, and then maybe just follow up with you in terms of the next processes.
Okay.
Okay.
So just,
That sound right? Is that what we're supposed to do?
just to be clear, though, our discussion about who is interested in working on which items and whether there's a subcommittee or not, does that happen at a planning commission hearing? And does that need to be then put onto an agenda? Or are you saying we individually decide on something and come up with a item that we want you to add on to the?
Typically, the item is already determined of what the topic is going to be, and then the commissioner prepares the report to bring forward to the commission. However, what I can do is look at our bylaws to see if we can just put an item on the agenda just to simply start the process of looking at the work plan and then creating any subcommittees from that.
Yeah, that's what I feel like we would need to collectively agree on a priority or a first step that we want to do before one of us or multiple of us go off and start generating reports. Yeah.
Okay, I can do that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any other secretary reports?
No other secretary reports.
Okay. Well, we still have 5 minutes. No. Okay, with that, I will adjourn the Planning Commission till the next regular scheduled Planning Commission, and help me with a date.
September 5th.
September 5th. Okay.